start and finish. Okay. Middle, the brackets? Yes, those are there. The middle is going to be all straight.
Oh, as long as it got the bit.
And well, it's just trying to be responsible. So, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Did you like that poop I dropped?
No, I didn't see it, man.
Yeah, this is a good one. You ready, man? You got any extra chairs out here?
Anything before I roll out?
Closer? Not having.
whole thing by yourself.
Oh, they run up and down the tent.
Yeah.
I don't have to lie.
Yeah.
I can do that.
There'll be some spaces where guys are running down and guys are
Hey, did we swap this line camera or is this the original one? Long time no see.
Private Batman.
I hope so. I definitely need captain pay for one of those things. I don't know. I mean, the Rams seem a lot cheaper like initially to maybe get into, and then maybe I can upgrade or something like that. But
Right. Are you in the airlines?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm a first officer though, so I gotta get my captain pay before I've got.
National STOL climbs west this weekend, high up into the pristine beauty of Wyoming and the heart of the Rocky Mountains. Pilots from across the country have summited those mountains to test their mettle against one of this season's most challenging environments. Welcome to Rocky Mountain STOL, where today in Pinedale, bush pilots have gathered at Wenz Field. We're on sand, gravel, and dirt today, only adding to the field elevation considerations as we operate from runway 1129. This weekend we'll have the highest field elevation of the season, over a mile high at 7,096 feet. This event is a favorite amongst seasoned veterans and an exciting challenge for newcomers as it stretches the capability of their aircraft and their piloting skills. With the stunning backdrop of the Wind River Range, this competition combines breathtaking scenery with high-stakes excitement. Whether you're a seasoned aviation enthusiast or a newcomer, you're in for a treat as we compete in some of the most beautiful and challenging terrain of the season. It's time for engine start. The line is painted. Let's get these birds airborne. National STOL's Rocky Mountain STOL starts now. And good morning, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks. Welcome to the stunning Wind River Range. My name is Ryan Dombrowski.
And I'm Cam Walton.
And we're getting ready to just drop a big old train of STOL action on top of you today here in the mountains in Wyoming. We are at Wenz Field in Pinedale, Wyoming. If you want to follow along at home, that's KPNA, Papa November Alpha, operating off of this beautifully, actually quite appropriate runway for STOL comps. 1129 right out there in front of all of us there. So that's what we're going to be doing today, is doing some STOL. Man, it's going to be so fun. If you're new here, man, we're so happy to have you. And the weather today looking like it's going to be beautiful. I actually got an official printout this morning, Cam. That's how they take care of us here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. Check this out. It's going to start cool today,
All right.
which I think we're enjoying right now.
Yep,
Mix of clouds and sunshine. Maybe some showers after the competition is over today. Maybe around 4 p.m. We'll be well done by then. Winds, unfortunately, for our STOL pilots will be light today. They do like a little more wind on the nose.
Yeah. Airplanes do like that wind on the nose, especially our STOL pilots and their airplanes.
Yeah, you get all that wind over the front of the airplane. It helps it take off a little bit more quickly and stop a little more quickly as well. So look at that beautiful view of the mountains off in the distance there.
Oh, yeah,
and the
beautiful.
beautiful setup here in Pinedale, Wyoming right now. You can see our runway. Like we mentioned in the intro, it's turf, dirt, grass, gravel. It's been wet the last couple days here in Pinedale. Mm-hmm. It's got like a clay consistency.
Yeah.
It's like substantive, like.
It almost looks like shale rock when it's dried out and on the ground, but like you pick it up and it just crumbles.
Yeah, but it's like there's like little chunks of it, and we've been blowing grass and all that stuff everywhere as well. So, little zenith flying behind us there. But so yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch today. Watch the pilots compete on this because it's the kind of runway you'd get in the backcountry. You'd get a runway like this maybe at the top of a plateau in the mountains or something like that. So. Very, very exciting to be here in Pinedale, Wyoming for another Rocky Mountain STOL. We've been coming here for years, and it's one of the pilots' favorite event because there's so much to do. The hosts here take such good care of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've been taking people on ATV rides, and they've got flyouts. And yesterday, a lot of the families went and did paint and sips, where they were
so cool.
sipping certain beverages and painting as well with watercolors. This year was very exciting for everybody. So really love being here, and I think you are going to love being here as well. And if you're joining us online, thank you so much. Make sure to chime in on the chat, Facebook, YouTube, all that stuff. You can ask Cam and I about how National STOL works. And I see people are already chiming. We've got Ray Powell from the UK there, Cat Blue Flame as well, our global audience chiming in. We've got Becky Beline Baugh from Texas coming in to watch Brandon Cornfly. That'll be in just a few heats. It's going to be really, really good.
Yeah, it's going to be rad.
Well, folks, before we can get this started, we do have to do something, and that is we have to pay thanks for the great country that allows us to be free and do this. So if you could all please rise and remove your caps. Rise as you're able for the national anthem. And now if you could please stay standing for a blessing by Stony Vance.
Father God, we come before you today, and we thank you so much for this beautiful morning and this beautiful mountains and this beautiful country that we get to live in. Father, I'm going to ask right now that you would bless every single one of these competitors, that you would bless their aircraft, that you would send your angels down to surround their aircraft and keep them in the air when they want them and on the ground when they don't. So, Father, we just ask that you would bless them, that we would keep a competitive spirit, that everybody would be safe, and that absolutely everybody would cherish your name and just give thanks to you for every single thing that you do for us. Thank you so much. In your Son's name, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Stony Vance, for that great blessing, and we are off and running here in Pinedale, Wyoming now. Cam, let's talk a little bit about yesterday. We had some challenging conditions here in Pinedale for practice.
Oh, yeah, we swapped the runway, 4 times?
This was a lot, yeah.
Yeah, the wind didn't want to decide on what it wanted to do, so we kind of just went with it and winged it, essentially. But, yeah, no, we had some amazing performances yesterday, especially one of my favorites was Mr. Kobe in the 170B.
Yeah, doing some great work in that aircraft.
Yep.
New one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the series.
Mm-hmm.
I would say highlights for me also were maybe not a highlight for him, but for Brandon Korn. He had a tail wheel fail on takeoff.
Yeah.
You're going to see him fly later today. I believe they got that airplane all patched up. But the tail wheel popped off, and he came in and did like a textbook wheel landing, held it off as long as he could, and then dropped that tail down to prevent any further damage to the aircraft. So he got a round of a little round of applause during the pilot briefing this morning. Everyone was saying, like, nice job with that, Brandon. That was really good work. And then I think the other thing was you were talking about the takeoffs. We had some ridiculously short takeoffs with basically winds calm or tailwinds yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. The Holmans, I mean, like, they were killing it in both malls yesterday with tailwinds both times that they were out on the field. So, they were doing an excellent job. And like you said, with the tailwind, it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, everyone was doing a really good job with it, and I think the other thing would be like check out later, right? We got the Holmans coming up. I see their airplanes. There's Tailbone over there, one of the malls, getting ready to fire up. Also, one to watch is waiting until the unlimited class and the adventure classes. Mike Babcock and Ronnie Sainer, like Yamaha, like crazy power, sidewinder, turbo engine stuff going on with sub 60-foot takeoffs with like a quartering light, but quartering tailwind at some point. So really, really cool things to see. Folks, there's a lot of action coming your way right now. And like I said, Cam and I are going to do our best to walk you through it. But let's give you a little primer right now on how National STOL works. Erickson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff. This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies. It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
So that's the overview of how it works, folks. It's basically, I've been joking the last couple of events, it's basically airplane golf, right? You want the shortest numbers combined together to get the lowest score possible. We do that by combining those landing and takeoff scores. Now, I'm wondering if you in the crowd could help us get this party started. We've got a bunch of airplanes sitting there, and only one has a prop spinning. So I'm wondering if we could all together shout, "Aviators, start your engines," and see if they can hear us in the cockpit. Now, here's the thing, like Don Mickey in that silver one, he's not going to be able to hear you unless you're super loud. So on the count of three, let's give it a go. Let's see if they can hear us. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Aviators, start your engines. Okay, it worked on most of them. I'll take it. Nice work, everybody. Don Mickey got fired up there for us. The rest of them will get fired up in a second. This first class, folks, is going to be the touring class presented to us by Obo's Market and Deli here in Pinedale. So thank you to them for that support. And these, Cam, are the certificated heavies.
Yeah, these are the big, heavy certificated aircraft. Everything you're watching right now is, it was not made in a garage.
No, made in a factory. And check out, here's the touring class lineup. You're going to see Don Mickey up front in race number 53, that 1953 Cessna 180. John Douglas, one of your hosts this weekend here from Pinedale, Wyoming. Give him a big round of applause when he taxis by. He's in that 1964 Cessna 182. Rick Holman in a new airplane for him, a 1989 Maul MX-7 named Tailbone. You'll see why in a second. Garrett Holman in the family's other Maul, the Nose Gear Maul, a 1991 Maul MXT7 named Trike Envy. You're going to see Derek Holman. The whole family's here. He's going to be flying that same Nose Gear Maul. And then Austin Clemens normally plays with a Husky. He's here this weekend in a Cessna 180, very similar to the one out front being flown by Don Mickey. You're also going to see Clayton Stansel flying a Cessna 180. He's from Los Lunas, New Mexico. And Alexandra Heil from Pinedale, Wyoming as well, in a 1964 Cessna 182. So it is we call them like the heavy big boys.
Yeah.
These are the airplanes that you would fly into the backcountry with the kitchen sink, with all the survival supplies. It's what you'd use to get your dog out there hunting with you. It's what you'd use to bring the moose back home.
Ooh,
Can you
moose
hunt
meat.
a moose around here?
Can
Can you hunt a moose? Get in the chat. I'm from Wisconsin. I don't know if
Yeah.
you're allowed to hunt a moose. It seems like they're really big and majestic. I don't know. Hit me up in the chat.
They probably taste pretty good too.
It might be good. Moose meat.
I mean, people eat horses, so why not?
That's true. Well, anyway, you could do hunting in these. You could do hunting in all of these airplanes until we get to the Unlimiteds when you're in the specific race planes. All right, let's get all these folks introduced to you now.
And from Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the 1953 Cessna 180, race number 53, Don Mickey.
Don Mickey is from Albuquerque. He's been flying out of Echo 98. That's his home airport there. He has been in STOL a long time, flying for National STOL, and he's been flying this airplane the whole time. It's been pretty cool. A lot of people switch airplanes. He's just kept it going. Very consistent competitor. You're really going to love what you see from Don Mickey.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome. Up next, from Pinedale, Wyoming, in the 1964 Cessna 182, race number 307, John Douglas.
And John Douglas actually swapped from his 182 into this 180, which is new for him this year. He's going to be flying in this tail dragger here in Pinedale, but he does normally, you're going to see the airplane he actually normally flies, flown by Alexander a little bit later in this class. He is, along with his wife Angela, the host of this event, and we're so pleased and proud and happy to be here flying with him.
Yeah. And you can see on that Cessna 180, it's got the new leading edges and some VGs on there, so they were modding it out the past few days. Up next, in the new to them 1989 Mall MX-7 from Crestwell, Oregon, race number 45, Rick Holman.
That aircraft in front of you can see on the wing, it's called Tailbone, and there's a special passenger in the back seat, kids. Take a look and see if you can find the secret passenger that Rick is bringing along with him in competition. This aircraft has 180 horsepower. It's got a slightly different prop, but it is nearly identical to the one behind it, which makes it a fun battle for the father-son competition that's happening this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be sweet to watch. And behind him, also from Crestwell, Oregon, in the 1991 Mall MX-T7, race number 89, Garrett Holman.
Another Mall with another secret passenger, another spooky passenger sitting in the passenger seat there on the right seat. This Mall also 180 horsepower, but has the little wheel in the front. We call it a nose gear airplane compared to the tail dragger of Tailbone. Watch between the two. You'll notice the pros and cons of each type of landing gear configuration as Rick and Garrett fight it out. Now, the other thing we'd point out is we talked to DJ Holman, who's also going to be flying Trike Envy, and he said that what they're noticing with Tailbone is because it's kind of like stock right now in terms of the wheels and tires.
Yeah.
It doesn't have as much angle of attack as the nose gear airplane does on takeoff, which limits their ability to get off as short. Very interesting.
Super interesting.
See what you think when they take off. Like, is that what's happening? That's their theory, but chat, crowd, we're curious what you think as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's funny that you say that. It's funny that he said that yesterday because, yeah, you got the nose gear aircraft, and then when you pull the stick back, you should have more authority with the tail wheel aircraft because it's already kind of biting into the wind like that. But with that nose gear and being able to pull that stick back and the nose coming up a little bit higher than where the where a tailbone is sitting, getting a little bit better performance, it seems.
Yeah, you'll see Trike Envy, the rudder actually dig into the dirt sometimes, and that you can't do that with the tail dragger, right, without having some fatter tires on it in this particular aircraft model. Folks, you have an important thing to help us with today. In addition to going on Facebook and YouTube and watching and chatting with us, we also need you to vote for your favorite pilot. You can vote now and throughout the entire day. Voting closes at the end of competition today for the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award. You go to vote.nationalstol.com. That's vote.nationalstol.com. Vote for your favorite pilot. They are going to be awarded a prize at the end of competition today, and you have until the end of the Unlimited class to make your final selection. So Don Mickey is going to be the opening shot heard through the mountains today in this beautiful 180.
And here he goes. We'll see that tail come up, and then he'll be off the ground very shortly afterwards. Okay, so a little bit better performance today than yesterday for Don Mickey. Yesterday he was trying to pull, and it just didn't want to come off the ground, and he took up a little bit more time, but that looked a lot better than yesterday. .482 feet for that takeoff for Don Mickey.
John Douglas firing this bird up. Again, you heard we've been doing some modifications to the leading edge, trying to get a little extra lift off that wing. Flaps down, pulls up, and very clean compared to yesterday for John Douglas. He was really struggling, especially in the first takeoff during practice, to get that bird off the ground. We have a different set of conditions here than we do anywhere else in the National STOL Series, and that's got to do with our field elevation. We are over a mile up. We're over 7,000 feet up, actually, of field elevation up above sea level, and the airplanes just struggle to fly compared to at sea level right now. The wings don't generate as much lift. They need to be going faster. Here's Rick Holman now in tailbone. I can see, I kind of agree with DJ. I understand. They're used to being able to pull way more, getting way more bite from the wing, so they have to wait longer for the airplane to be ready to fly. We'll see what Garrett does with it now in Trike Envy. You'll see. Notice how much further he can pull the tail down. That's not normally the case with a tail dragger versus tri-gear arrangement.
Right, right. Garrett's waiting on the okay from the air bosses. Trike Envy's coming alive. And we'll see in just a moment how far that nose can go while the main's still attached to the ground. Oh, that's so cool. He made it look effortless.
Yeah, man, that's a fun battle. Father and son's battle going on there.
Yeah.
In the Holman family. While they come around the pattern, Don Mickey's on the crowd left, camera right, coming in on final approach. Want to remind everyone, great time in between classes to go pick up some merch at that merch tent, nationalstol.com. All right, here we go. Don Mickey holding it off.
Yes.
First landing of the comp. Good over the line. You couldn't ask for a better landing to start the competition.
Oh, yeah.
Again, these aircraft are huge, folks. The gross weight, the amount of weight that they can carry between the airplane and all the stuff you put in it, all the fuel, the cargo, the pilots, the passengers, very high numbers compared to what you're going to see later today. And that puts all of this pilotage you're seeing right now in perspective, because these airplanes, I feel like you got to kind of like work harder in some cases, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
With these airplanes. They don't want to fly as easily as something that's very light with a high horsepower engine on the front.
Right, so it's like driving your grandfather's truck compared to driving a Miata. essentially.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. John Douglas, power out.
Yeah,
Good
that
over the
was
line
awesome.
as well. And look, he's got that yoke all the way back, keeping that tail forced all the way down. He's going to be super happy with that one.
So that last landing for Don Mickey, 305. Combined total is 787. John Douglas, last landing 301, and his combined total is 807.
And obviously the winds yesterday, Cam and I were talking a little bit about this, right? Like the winds yesterday, we had a lot of tailwinds. Right now we're just winds calm. Yeah. Nothing's going on. You'd rather have winds calm than a tailwind, though, pushing you down. Even if it's a knot or two, it can really push you quite a ways down the runway. Here comes Rick Holman in tailbone. This Maul, one of the more quintessential STOL airplanes from days of yore. Poppity pop pop over the line. He's keeping that yoke full back. We've got a little bit of a dogfight on our hands in the touring class.
Quite literally with tailbone there, for sure.
And the takeoffs are pretty competitive so far. Don Mickey with that 482, John Douglas 506, Rick Holman 502, and out in front, Garrett Holman with 442 on the takeoff. And speaking of Garrett, he is down low. He's going to start bleeding some of that speed off, pulling the nose up just a little bit higher, well over the line, landing around 125 feet. And look how heavy he's getting on the brakes. He's compressing that nose gear all the way down. And this was the thing we were giving Garrett feedback on, like we have, like we're even allowed to in the announcer's booth. But touching down at 125 feet almost doubles his his landing distance.
Yes, absolutely.
So if he could get a little bit closer to the line, he's going to be out in front.
Yeah, we'll wait for his number to come in. So 348 for that. So just take 348 and subtract 125 from that, or 150.
Yeah, he'd be out in the lead.
Yeah.
He'd be out in front. But check this out. Rick Holman and Garrett Holman currently tied with 790 feet combined. I'm imagining there's going to be a little bit of smack talk going on the Unicom frequency right now between the two of them. By the way, if you want to listen to that Unicom frequency and the Air Boss frequency at competitions, you can actually do that if you join our Patreon and support National STOL. You can do that at nationalstol.com/fans. That's nationalstol.com/fans. You can listen in to what's happening behind the scenes at National STOL. Here comes Don Mickey, giving it all the beans.
Watch for that elevator to come back.
Feels like he could have pulled just a little later.
Yeah.
It was pretty clean. He could have waited just a half second. He might have been off sooner.
Yeah.
John Douglas.
I like how we have two matching pairs of aircraft. Two 180s, two Maul M7s.
Very interesting for the Holman family to double down on the Maul.
Yeah.
John Douglas getting some air over those vortex generators on the front of the leading edge. Flaps down. Pulled. Oh,
nice.
Well timed. You can tell when Cam and I say it was well timed, it's because the airplane just leaps into the air.
Yeah.
If it sticks around, that means you actually pulled too early. More VGs, so vortex generators. You're going to learn a lot about STOL control surfaces today. One of the lift modification devices you can have on a wing, you see those little bumps on the front of the wing? Those are what we call vortex generators, and they're just a little like chunks of metal or plastic in a little bit of a V shape.
Yep.
And they help make little mini tornadoes on the wing to keep the air connected to the wing.
right, so tailbone not quite ready to fly when the stick was pulled back, but still an excellent performance from that aircraft, especially for the location that we're at with the density altitude today.
And it's getting warmer today, I think, than it was yesterday. So that density altitude, which is, again, the altitude basically that the airplane thinks it's at, right? So we're already at 7,096.2 feet today. Well, if you add some heat on top, the airplane might feel like it's flying at 9,000 feet or 10,000 feet.
Right. Yeah, that's...
Oh, well done, Garrett Holman.
I hope our friends at home are watching. I got a couple of friends that have some nose gear malls, and we always just talk trash about how we wish it had a tail wheel, but the nose dragger is performing a little better than the tail wheel.
It is, at least in this class.
Yes. Oh, yeah, and you were talking about density altitude earlier, so density altitude right now is 8,082 feet. So it's not too much higher than...
It's getting there, though. Yeah. It's going to get warmer today. It's not going to be hot, though, thankfully.
Yes.
Don Mickey, little burst of power, good over the line, working those spring gear, getting it slowed down. And you see, folks, in a tail dragger, you got to modulate those brakes so that the tail does not come up and over, which has been known to happen. Nothing to be worried about from a injury standpoint. Definitely something to worry about from a financial impact standpoint for our pilots.
We can see on the replay he was good over the line, landed pretty close to it as well. And you can see him modulating those brakes with the tail coming up and down. Next up, John Douglas. In the same aircraft type as Don Mickey. Oh, man. Scratch for John.
So that's our first scratch of the competition. And as a reminder, when someone lands too short of that line, that whole run does not count.
Boo.
Boo indeed. That's going to be a big bummer for John Douglas. But again, so much better today than yesterday.
Yeah. He should be proud of that.
He's used to a different kind of airplane. He's used to flying the 182 that we're going to see Alex Heil fly a little bit later. And so he's tail dragging it. He's competing, obviously, on his home turf.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Rick Holman now, low over the grass. What a backdrop cam.
It's so beautiful out here.
That's insane.
Oh, so that extra burst of power doesn't look like it helped.
Still got to get it stopped. It's just good practice. He's not going to stop.
He's
but
not going to stop.
Oh, nope. Is he going to stop? There we go.
I
think he remembered he should stop. So it's always good practice to stop, because what if it wasn't a scratch, right? What if it was a good call?
Yeah.
What if we're doing, seeing the replay right now, going frame by frame, we've had people roll out when it wasn't a scratch. So you always got to stop just in case, because it could also be up for review, right?
Yeah, all day. Yeah. All right, Garrett with his signature, keeping it low, staying in ground effect, chopping the throttle now, and looking at Lexi. Oh, no!
She's calling it a scratch again. We got to go back and look at the replay on that one. Let's check this out. There it is, touching down. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm bummed about it, but touching down, it looks like 2 or 3 feet in front of the line. So another scratch. And I wonder, we had such a confident first run.
Yeah.
Now people are starting to be a little more aggressive. And maybe Garrett heard us say, bro, back it up.
Yeah.
You could save 125 feet on these landings. He's like, all right, I got one in the books. Strategically now I can be a little more aggressive.
Looks like we got some Fat Tire friends coming in to watch. Might be our STOL Drag friends coming in.
What is this? What is this malarkey going on? And actually, there's a very good reason for the malarkey. It's that the helicopter that just flew by laid down a bunch of wake turbulence for those aircraft. So
Yeah, helicopter wake turbulence is not something ideal.
it's not a lot that freaks me out, like when I'm flying.
Yeah.
But I was sharing the pattern with a Black Hawk helicopter once, flying a J3 Cub, and I was like, I feel like I just need to leave.
Yeah.
I just need to go to a different place because you are making a whole bunch of downwash, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a local life flight at our airport, and every time they're in the pattern, I'm calling every leg, and I'm extending every leg.
Race 53. Nice one.
Yeah.
Still a little bit longer, I think, than Don Mickey would like. Some folks in the chat to say hi to here. Ray Powell says, someone give that dog a bone. He's talking about tailbone. Shelly Humble in the chat saying, go Rick. He's up next after John Douglas here, waiting for his turn. I think they're probably holding everyone for some wake turbulence now.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk to John about his technique where the flaps come down and then he pulls back on the stick.
Yeah, that like 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
That also could just be a workload thing in that particular airplane, right?
Yeah, it could be. $485 for that takeoff for John Douglas. $516 for Don Mickey.
Tailbone. Spooling it up. He's going to be begging for some takeoff treats. Here we go. There we go. It's off the ground. And then this is the other thing we talked a lot about yesterday because we saw it more up at this altitude. Ground effect.
Yeah.
And you saw Rick Holman really use it to his good effect, no pun intended. Right? You get the airplane off. There's a little cushion of air, a little extra cushion that happens about, what is it, a wingspan-ish from the ground. And so when you take off, you get more lift and less drag close to the ground. And then you've got to use that to your benefit to keep the airplane flying as it speeds up to what I call maybe like a true flying speed, where you're going to be able to fly out away from the ground. So notice how Garrett pushed the nose down as soon as he got off the ground. He's accelerating now up to his standard like climb out speed, and now he's going to climb out of ground effect. Now he's going to climb out of ground effect. Nice. There we go. He was just hanging down there for a little bit. Winds right now, folks, are very light, 43 degrees at 2.14 knots. So not really anything to write home about. Here's Don Mickey.
Ooh,
that
looks like it's a scratch.
Looking over at Lexi, our headline judge, and she was like, ugh.
I don't want anybody to see this scratch.
Yeah, sorry guys. It's a scratch. She is so invested in all of the pilots and has been since the start.
Absolutely. One of these days, maybe the Patreon crowd can get some mic'd up Lexi Kim mic action.
She gets quite passionate, so I don't know.
Yes.
There might need to be an age restriction on that feed. Here comes John Douglas now. Sailing it in over the line.
And for such a big bird, I mean, like, that was a nice cushiony landing. Like, it wasn't too much bounce. We didn't hear a lot of clunking. Like
not a lot of aluminum noise. So he's going to kind of high-speed taxi off to the end there so we can put the airplane away as we get ready for the next heat that'll be starting in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Rick Holman should be, there he is, kind of hovering in off in the distance. And, man, someone from Rick's family should get a nice camera and take a picture right now.
Yes.
How beautiful that airplane looks with the mountains behind it up here in Wyoming. Or maybe now, because you'd have his son Garrett behind him.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
beautiful. All right, holding it off. Good over the line. Excellent. Gets rid of those flaps as well on the rollout. That's a advanced maneuver.
Yep.
So when you get rid of the flaps, folks, flaps are those inward control surfaces on the wing. The Maul has quite large flaps, actually. And they create extra lift and drag for the airplane. You're going to see different types of flaps today. But when you get rid of them, when you're rolling out, okay, much improved.
Whoa.
And see how Garrett did it as well. As soon as you pull those flaps out, you are getting rid of some of the aerodynamic drag on the airplane, but mostly you're reducing that lift and putting more weight, literally, more weight on the wheels so your brakes can be more effective to help stop the airplane. So that's why they do that. It's interesting because you don't see that much flap use in what I would call like normal GA flying, right?
Right.
Like it's more of kind of a set it, not a set it and forget it, obviously, but a set it and leave it type situation. When I fly my 172, right, short field takeoff, I'm setting flaps for the short field takeoff. I'm taking off, and I'm not removing those flaps until I've cleared an obstacle.
Right.
I'm not adding them to take off last minute. I'm not removing them when I come into land. They're kind of like a set to a specific place and left there while you fly the airplane in that mode.
Yeah, so, I mean, you could say that the way that you see it used here and maybe in the backcountry is more instinctual, whereas, like, when we're in the pattern flying the 182, 172, or whatever, it's more of a checklist item. I mean, it's safety. You need them, but, like, it doesn't seem as instinctual as it does.
Yeah, they're prescribed.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, we are ready for our prescribed break here as we get the aircraft reset for the next heat of the touring class. So hang tight, folks. We have a little message from our sponsors, and we'll be back right after this.
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738, and our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
I'm Hal Stockman from Elko, Nevada, here at Hartford. And with my Badlands, I've got 300 hours on it now, so I'm getting tuned in. But what I like about it, probably the most, it flies slower and faster than my Rans. So it packs a good load, so I'm very happy with it.
So that was the first heat of the touring class here in Pinedale, Wyoming, and we are gearing up for the second one. More touring class action, more heavies here in Pinedale, Wyoming, part of the National STOL Series Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. Right now we've got some aircraft getting ready to taxi up to the line, and you're seeing the same airplanes with different pilots in them. So we've got Clayton Stansel, DJ Holman. We'll introduce them to you in just a second.
All right, so we are about to get started here. All right, from Cresswell, Oregon.
What a beautiful pack of airplanes.
Yeah, right. All right, we'll start again. From Cresswell, Oregon, in the 1991 Mall MXT7, race number 345, Derek Holman.
That's right. Derek Holman, another of the Holman clan, flying a Mall in front of you. This is Trike Envy. You just saw Garrett Holman fly it. Little battle all three ways between father, son, and son. Look again for the spooky passenger next to him in there and watch the different performance. DJ's been doing like some really good work the last like 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Really impressing us. So love what he's been putting together.
Yeah, I don't think we have a name for the spooky passenger in Tailbone yet, do we? Because
is it just Tailbone? It might just be Tailbone. The
just
dog named Tailbone.
Is that like Wishbone?
100% like Wishbone.
There we go. All right, from Benton, Kansas, in the 1953 Cessna 180, race number 62, Austin Clemens.
So Austin Clemens is back, but look at this. He's got a bigger bird. He normally flies a Husky on the National STOL circuit. Kind of like an amazing thing watching this young man grow over the last 6 years in National STOL, and multi-podium finisher, just constantly like the one to beat. And it's very interesting to me to see if we're going to have him push forward and actually be a contender in the touring class.
Yeah. With the, I've watched him fly since he was 17, and he was the first one to put that beta prop on the Huskies in the competition series. So I wonder, like you said, what he's going to do with this 180.
He's all grown up now. He's got a family now.
Yeah.
He's like doing real things anyway.
All right, from Los Lunas, New Mexico, in the 1953 Cessna 180, race number 531, Clayton Stansel.
Clayton is flying Don's plane. I noticed they added an extra number on the race number, like taped on a number 1 for us right now, so you can tell the difference between the two of them. He was joking during the pilot briefing today that the judges needed to go further down to capture his takeoff numbers, but I think we're going to be surprised by what he can put together.
Oh, yeah. And you've seen this aircraft in competition, especially if you're from here. You've seen this aircraft around, but not with this pilot, and it may be. From Pinedale, Wyoming, in the 1964 Cessna 182, race number 66, Alex Heil.
Alex came and introduced herself to me yesterday during the pilot briefing before practice, and she was just so enthusiastic. She was like, I'm Alex. I can't wait to fly. A lot of energy. Obviously, like one of your hometown pilots, and she's going to tear it up for you all today. And again, this aircraft you've seen before flying on the circuit, 0470 up front, gross weight of 2,800 pounds. Empty, that airplane weighs 1,650 pounds. And it's got some of the normal, like, mid-range STOL mods, right? Like the Madras tips and the VGs on the front. Mm-hmm. So really fun to watch her fly as well, and we're going to see more of it today. And now over to the Wilderness class.
Ooh. From Goss, Texas, in the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss, race number 30, Brandon Korn.
Brandon Korn is no stranger to the heavies. Before he was flying the Backcountry Super Cub Boss, this crazy 4-place experimental Super Cub, he was flying a Cessna 205 and was a national champion in National STOL. So definitely one to watch. He switched over to tail dragger. He's having a lot of fun. Yesterday he did have that tail wheel break on landing, or on takeoff, excuse me. Did a loop around the pattern and put it down kind of surprisingly expertly. Like everyone was like, wow, nice work, Brandon. That was really well done. So he can be my wingman any day. That's a lot of horsepowers on that thing, 330 horsepower.
All right, and they are getting all lined up. As you can see, with Trike Envy leading the pack, we've got the green flag. So Derek is going to put all those horsies in the mall to work. Him and Theodore, his right-hand passenger. All right. Looks like Brandon is getting in position. And then momentarily we'll have Derek let loose the power of the mall.
So they're all getting booted up right there. Looks like we're ready to green flag them, and DJ is going to be up on the line first in that mall. And in between the takeoffs here, Cam, we've got a special guest in the booth with us.
Ooh.
Got Kelsey Foster. Very excited, from the J Foundation. So we're gonna talk to her right now about all the work that the J Foundation does. But first, DJ Holman on the roll.
Oh yeah, okay.
I feel like the other Holmans are going, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Next up, Austin Clemens.
And this beautiful bird. I mean,
is this the whole thing? You just start a family and you're like, oh, I need more seats. So you get a you get a Cessna 180 with that. Left main sticking on a little bit longer than he'd like, but that was quite short.
Still pretty short.
Remember, these are the heavies. Now, Clayton Stansel. Race number 531.
Technique between Austin and Clayton. Austin wanted to bring the tail up immediately, almost like he was flying the Husky.
Okay. Alexandra Heil. Got those flaps all the way down already. Giving it what for down the runway. And next up, Brandon Korn. This is technically in a different class, a different competitive class.
Right.
This is an airplane that will be fighting against the airplanes in the next class, but two different pilots fly it. And you can see why we separated out. It stuck out a little bit more for him than he wanted it to, but very short. Okay, now the action here is over. We have to talk about the J Foundation. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone, big round of applause for Kelsey here, who's joining us. Kelsey Foster from the J Foundation. And I wanted to show you, I am wearing my J boots today. The people can't see them on the screen.
Yes, we love that. That's what we want you to do. We want you to wear those J boots.
Yeah.
So
I forgot mine, unfortunately.
here's DJ Holman kind of sailing over the line down about halfway between where his brother was touching down. Let's talk real briefly in between the airplanes here. For folks who maybe don't know about what the J Foundation is, what's like the pitch when you talk about like what's the purpose of what the J Foundation does?
Yeah, so you actually need an hour of time to go from start to finish. But in short, our community lost an awesome gentleman in 2016 to suicide, and he was one of my brother's best friends. And in 2016, my brother made a commitment that he was going to make something good happen from that tragedy.
That was a pro move to hold for the landing. That was like you've done this before?
Oh.
You've been hanging out around airplanes a lot? Nice work for Austin Clemens there. We'll get you a score in a second. So yeah, your brother made a commitment to help make a change in terms of mental health awareness?
Yes, exactly. And so he started over a 5-year course of struggle. He started the J Foundation, which is awareness for mental health and suicide prevention.
And so part of that is, would you call it like a boot ceremony? Let's hold here for Clayton Stansel, touching down around 100 feet from the line.
Very smooth.
And so Cam and I actually did this. Cam, was it 2 years ago? We came through and we got to
2 years
get our
ago.
J boots. And so talk a little bit about that side of it for people. Like, why do you put like a city slicker like me in boots and take them back to Milwaukee?
Yeah, so we take people through what's called the J experience, and part of that experience is receiving a pair of J boots.
Alex Heil coming in around the same place as DJ and Clayton did.
And those boots are a reminder to the individuals wearing them that they are loved, valued, needed, and wanted here. And that on those hard days that people could put on those boots and know that they can get through anything hard, while also people wear them so that conversations start. Like you said, you're not someone who wears boots, and so people are going to ask you, Ryan, why are you wearing boots? And you get to share about the J Foundation.
And it has been something for me that's actually happened in practice. One, I kind of found out I like wearing boots. But two, I work on film sets, and if I wear the boots on a film, like maybe we're on a ranch or something filming, we do a lot of ag work back home in Wisconsin, and people will come up to me and say, whoa, nice boots. And then I can have this conversation about Jay and about everything I learned about all that stuff, and then use the opportunity to do what you guys call a boot check and check in with my friend or whoever I'm talking to about their mental health and what they might need from me or how I could help them. Brandon Korn is hanging it on the prop. That was something else. Getting it stopped around the, 175 mark, give or take?
Yeah.
And I got to wonder, he's like, man, I busted this tail wheel yesterday. Is he being a little more gentle with it today? He was just a little like, I gotta be careful with it. You just don't want to have to do another slick pilot job here. So they're going to taxi back for the next round of action. There's other stuff besides the boots, though, that the J Foundation does. You've got a lot of outreach with various high schools in the area.
Yeah, so the main initiative of the J Foundation is high school seniors. So in the state of Idaho and the state of Wyoming, our goal is every senior every year a pair of J boots, and so that is starting full swing as school will start up. We'll start taking seniors through in both Idaho and Wyoming. As of J Foundation starting, there's been over 16,000 high school seniors impacted, which is 16,000 conversations within schools that would not have happened had they not received a pair of J boots.
And then when we talk about mental health awareness, right? So then it's like, okay, you've got those 16,000 people. How many people are they going to be able to touch and check in on, do boot checks with? And I was reading something about, for instance, about how trauma works. When we lose someone, they've actually mapped out the full spread of how that trauma spider webs through a community. And so if you think about that in the reverse, right, like 16,000 people, how many hundreds of thousands of people are we impacting through like the spider web of don't trademark this because it's not that great, but like a spider web of compassion, right? Like it's like going back out and you're reaching out to people. I don't know if that's the way you guys think about it, but that's the way I've been thinking about it since I had the honor of like going through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a snowball effect there.
Snowball effect is a better word for it in Wyoming. There's Austin Clemens. He is wrenching that thing off. It's right on the edge of being able to fly, and he takes it off. You can see the skills translate. I was saying snowball works better in Wyoming than spider web of compassion. See, that's why I do what I do, and you guys do what you do. Clayton Stansel on the line. And that was well timed for Clayton Stansel. Felt like he was watching Austin.
Right.
He's like, wait, Austin pulled here. I'm going to pull a little bit later and see what happens. Next up, Alexandra Heil. And Alex Heil doing a little aggressive pull to get off the ground at the last bit right there. And now Brandon Korn in the Backcountry Super Cup boss. This airplane is all flap. It's all slat. The wing is just super lifty. 330 horsepower, spooling up. Getting that tail up. He's going to slam it down. A little too soon, wasn't ready to fly, but look, he can just wrench it off into the air. So, if you had one takeaway for everyone here in the crowd about the J Foundation or things they should know, what would you want them to know? We've got, the floor is yours, my friend. What do you want them to know?
Yeah, so with every person that comes through the experience, there's two asks that we ask of those individuals, and it's one, that they would check in on those people around them, their friends, their family, and two, that if they're ever in a place where Jay was, where you're struggling, that you would reach out. And so I would challenge each of you to check in on somebody today and check in on yourself, see where you're at. If you need to reach out, reach out. If you have any questions, we've got a booth set up here today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And yeah, it's boot check time.
It is boot check time, and I think it's always a good... I forget about... I hate to say it, I forget about that part of it for me, like when we made that commitment about ourselves. I've been thinking so much about other people, and it's good to remember that you need to check on yourself too. Austin Clemens down, coming in kind of hot. But look, he's dissipating all that energy, heavy braking, keeping that tail down. The experience, everyone's like, oh, is he going to be a good 180 pilot? Like, what are we even talking about?
You're watching it live.
What are we even talking about?
Yeah,
of course he's going to be a good 180 pilot. That kid flies everything. Planes on planes on planes. Oh, and a scratch for Clayton Stansel. Alexandra Heil pulling the power, coming in kind of flat that time. And notice that she kept there at the end there. She pulled the elevator back up, but kept the stick very neutral. Mm-hmm. And I think normally we're taught to keep the elevator kind of back to keep the pressure off of the nose wheel.
Right.
But I feel like she's been doing, like, her techniques are, like, slightly different than what we're used to, and they're totally working for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of trust in that nose wheel. So we've got a little bit of time as Brandon Korn lumbers in off in the distance. Kelsey, in terms of where people can learn more, where should they come find you? You have the booth here, but online, I don't know if we talked about, like, website address, things like that.
Yeah, online, just jfoundation.com. There's all sorts of information. We're getting ready to open a Jay's Place, Wyoming over in Casper, so we will have a headquarters in the state of Wyoming, which is pretty exciting. Otherwise, the main headquarters is located in Twin Falls, Idaho, but J Foundation, all of our information's on there. Again, I'm here and happy to answer any questions over there behind the stadium.
And Brandon Korn is holding it out. Look at that. If we could have gotten that 100 feet further back, that would have been a 100-foot landing for Brandon Korn.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was insane. Can I say it?
Yeah, you can say it.
That was bonkers.
There we go.
That was absolutely bonkers. Like, you get 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, man.
And just some updates for people in the chat right now. We are aware that DJ's numbers aren't showing up on the scoreboard. That's a technical issue that's being sorted out by race control and the broadcast team. So no massive conspiracy theory, just a technical issue they're working through right now. Hog Dog 970 asks, anyone flip a mall yet? No. Everyone's kept it all right side up.
Yeah, we're good.
And then Cat Blue Flame saying the Boss, the plane we just saw land, isn't a Super Cub, it's a Super Duper Cub. Glad to see that they got the tail wheel bolted back on. Yeah, after the tail wheel broke and Brandon got it down safely, I think like 30 pilots showed up to just stare at it and all talk about the way that they would maybe fix it. So they got it fixed, and she's looking good as new over there. Some other folks to say hi to in the chat. June Clemens Brooks is in the chat. Hey, June. Thanks for being here. Adam Gordon is here, one of our other competitors and event hosts. Hey, Adam. Wish you were here, buddy. DJ Holman on the third and final run of his heat. Flaps down already. There they go.
Yeah.
And just popped that thing off. Austin Clemens. That's a postcard. That's a sales postcard for, I'm going to take a quick picture. You can get your cameras out, folks. You can do what I'm doing. Do I have time? Come on, camera. Oh, it didn't boot up in time. I'll have to get one on the next one. Look at that. Look at him go. Flaps down, tail down, and he is off. That is short. Yeah, you got to take a picture every once and again when you're in Wyoming. Are you used to this, the scenery here? Because it blows us away. Is it just like you're like, mountains, whatever?
I'm always in awe of the country and the scenery that we have around here. It's pretty amazing.
Kelsey's like, what are you talking about? Of course it's amazing. Anyway, I don't know. We're just like nerding out. You've got hills where you're from, though, a little bit, right?
I mean, yeah, foothills.
I have cornfields, friends. It's just corn everywhere.
And we've actually had a lot of smoke lately, so it's nice that today it's kind of cleared up so you can see the mountains.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we had a lot of smoke in Wisconsin about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Couldn't see the end of my city block. It was that thick. It was pretty gnarly coming down from Canada.
It's pretty much the story of Oshkosh.
Alex Heil on the roll now. And I venture to say she could have pulled a little bit sooner on that one. Like it was a very graceful takeoff.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Korn. the judges running. His best score, by the way, to carry over to the next heat in the wilderness class, 398 combined. Some other scores to get you. Best one for Austin Clemens, combined score of 599 so far. Clayton Stansel, 956. And Alex Heil, 1,103. DJ Holman's score is still not coming in due to that technical issue, but they are being recorded. Whoa. Speaking of TJ, hey, what's up? Just goosing it over the line. I was going to say, compared to everybody else, though, Don, Mickey, John Douglas, Rick Holman, and Garrett Holman, they were all between 700 and 800 feet combined. So to have Austin Clemens out sub 600, that's a pretty impressive number he's putting down. I'm really curious where DJ's numbers are coming. What, Kelsey, in terms of the next few years for the J Foundation, you're opening the new center in Casper. And speaking of Austin Clemens, look at that, down super short. What can we expect to see in the next 5 years from the J Foundation? Like, is there a growth plan? I know you talked about wanting to get every high school senior through. What are the other things we can expect?
Just that continued growth throughout the state of Wyoming. Last year we traveled to schools individually, which is a lot of boots on the ground kind of work. And
no pun intended.
Casper will open it up for schools to come to them with one location, so we're not having to ship boots all around.
Clayton Stansel coming in hot. Get her stopped, buddy. There we go.
But ultimately, just continue to get the word out there, and it's obviously a big financial upfront for schools to bring their seniors through, and so just trying to get that word out, what it's doing in other schools that are currently utilizing it, and just adding those schools that haven't been through yet.
Alex Heil just buttered that on. Absolutely buttered the bread. That was absolutely smooth. Right over the line. I think maybe her shortest. She's got landings of around 469, 453. I feel like that one was shorter. Oh, it was a scratch?
Oh, no.
Well, it was a
beautiful scratch.
It was a scratch with a side of butter. It was real good. That was just smooth. Well, we can't thank you enough for coming out to chat with us. I know it's hard to have a conversation about something so important to you and to Cam and I while we've got planes like doing mayhem in front of us, but we at National STOL have been so appreciative of everyone's willingness to share Jay's story and the J Foundation story with us, and again, really honored. And folks, it's definitely worth your time to explore. It's made an impact on my life all the way in Wisconsin. Just that one, I mean, it was a couple hours we spent together, and it made a big impact on me. Here's Brandon Korn now. Huge angle of attack. He's going to plop it down. Burst of power to keep the wings level. Boom. There we go. Bouncing down the runway. From this angle, it looks like he's a little close to those feather flags that time, but he got it straightened out. So what a landing to end that heat on. Before we let you go, anything else you want to add? I know we've kind of talked about the full spread of everything that you guys are up to.
Yeah, just a reminder, make sure you're checking in on your neighbors, friends, family, while also making sure you're checking in on yourself too. It's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to reach out for help.
Everyone, can I get a round of applause for our friends at the J Foundation and Kelsey Foster for coming out here. Thank you so much for coming out. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. If you have any questions, I'm over at the booth behind the stands.
Awesome. We're going to take a short break. We're actually going to see a little bit about Cam and I's experience with the J Foundation next.
What we do, bring awareness to mental health and suicide prevention. To explain the J Foundation, I'm going to take you back to Jason's childhood. He was adopted from South Korea by the Beam family. The Beans actually own the Cowboy Shop, this building that we're in here. It's been around now for over 77 years. My name is Julie Mackey. I'm with the Jay Foundation. I'm going to talk specifically about Jay and Jason. One of his best friends growing up was Jay. But if your parents own a country western apparel store, you're probably going to be in here all the time, right? And Jay was. He loved being in here, and he especially loved his cowboy boots. His mom, Carolyn, said, you know, when you share the story, make sure people understand if he had sweatpants on, they were tucked into his boots. If he had shorts on, he was wearing his boots. That's just how much he loved his boots, right? Jay loved everything that Pinedale had to offer in the Wind Rivers here, and snow machining, horseback riding, and fly fishing, and he just loved being outside. In March of 2016, Jason was traveling a lot, 1 week specifically for work. He spoke to Jay on a Wednesday and again on a Friday, just kind of that surface level conversation. Sunday morning, Jason woke up to a few missed calls from his dad, Mike, and we called Mike back. He said, son, don't know how to tell you this, but Jay took his life last night. And for Jason, that was and still is the hardest day of his life. After that, we all came back to Pinedale. The service was at the Catholic church over here, and it was packed. It was actually standing room only. The doors were open, people were standing outside, and a couple things that Jason noticed that day that he said was beautiful is all walks of life were there. Catholics, atheists, Christians, it didn't matter. Jay had that ability to bring people together. And the second thing that Jason noticed is that without it being said, a majority of people had cowboy boots on. Just that love and respect of Jay's love for boots and the Bean family. Jason made a promise that day to Jay that something good would come from this tragedy. This next part of the foundation is our favorite part. So today you're all going to get your Jay boots, all right? These boots are a reminder, a physical reminder of how much you're loved, you're valued, you're meant to be here, and you have people that absolutely love you and care about you. On those days that might be a little harder than others, put your Jay boots on, right? And go for a walk. But they're a platform for conversation. If you've never had a pair of cowboy boots, it's probably going to draw some attention. But if you do have some, these are going to be different, right? These are going to be your Jay boots. Sometimes the boot finds you. Sometimes it's process of elimination. But once you find that perfect pair, you're going to put them both on. Be bold enough to check in on others, but be bold enough to know also when your cup's a little empty and you need to take care of yourself. Jason said if Jay would have been honest in those last two conversations and said, I am not doing well and I'm having these thoughts, Jason would have dropped everything to go be with him. And I think we're all in that same boat where somebody reaches out, we're going to go. We're going without judgment. We haven't walked in their shoes, so we couldn't possibly understand what they're going through. So to just be able to go. Hopefully today you all feel the generosity of STOL and what you guys are being able to do, and Angela's hard work to make this happen. Jay was such a generous person that we want that legacy to continue. It's so important to us. The second ask is that if you ever find yourself in a space like Jay was in and you're not doing well, that you make a commitment to reach out for help. As of our meeting the other day, there's over 11,000 pairs now, national and international. So it's crazy to see what has happened. So I'm going to close this in prayer. Lord God, just thank you again for another opportunity to share Jay's story, but more importantly, to have a real conversation. That you can allow us to be a light where maybe there's darkness, or allow those of us that are in darkness to reach out to the light. I pray that you guide us, that these boots have a special power over them, and that they have a purpose. In Jesus' name, amen.
So that was a really impactful day for all of us. And you saw we got to pick out some boots and have those check-ins and have those conversations. It's interesting, like that day, like it was so obvious to me after that day. I was like, I got to, just give me 15 minutes here. I got to send some Facebook messages to some people. I got to check in with some people that I've been thinking about. And it's a good reminder to check in on yourself. You know, it's a hard time sometimes. You know, we're surrounded by all the stuff we love and all the fun and everything that we have right now here at National STOL, but it's also a family. Like we're like this weird traveling carnival of airplane adventure, right? And like it's been really great to have this family able to support all of us and all the things that we're doing. So it can't always be sunshines and rainbows, right? It's sometimes we go through hard things, not to diminish it, right? Sometimes we really, really struggle, and that's when folks like the folks in the J Foundation come in to help you get through that. And so I would just, again, not to put too fine a point on it, but I think it's important to check in on yourself. If you need help, say something. It's okay to need help. And then if you know someone who needs help, reach out. Sometimes just a phone call is all it takes to change the whole course of someone's life. Just a check-in. Nothing super serious. Just like, hey, I just want you to know I've been thinking about you. That can make a big difference. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially for us pilots. It's not very easy to divulge that information or talk about it. It's kind of a faux pas deal for us.
Well,
especially with the FAA doesn't make it easy.
There's a whole separate conversation about that, right, in terms of medical approvals and things like that. And it's hard. I think we bottle it up as pilots because we worry that this thing we love could be taken away from us potentially, right?
And this is therapy.
It is therapy, yeah, 100%. So again, big thanks to our friends at the J Foundation. We're so happy to be part of their extended family as we come through the town every year. It is time for the next bit of action. So you saw the touring class. Those were those last two heats. We had wilderness class tack on the back of it with the Backcountry Super Cup boss with Brandon Korn. Now it's time for the rest of the wilderness class. So you saw race number 30, Brandon Korn. Next up, you'll see Brian Billings. He's in the Rev 3 Backcountry Super Cup. I think this is the first time we've seen one of these on the National STOL circuit. Mm-hmm. It's kind of the same airplane, but just only two-place. Like you shrunk it back down. Luke Strandland is going to be flying the Murphy Super Rebel.
A.K.A. the Sonic Rebel.
The Sonic Rebel. Yeah, he's race 260 there. And then Jared Garrettson, race 603, is going to be flying that same 2024 Backcountry Super Cub boss that Brandon Korn was flying earlier, just a heat ago. And so these airplanes are we talked about the heavy big boys in the touring class. Well, now we're over to the heavy experimental big boys. So these are all airplanes. I don't know if we've really talked about that yet here at Pinedale. These are airplanes that you can actually build yourself. So you can buy a kit, any experimental aircraft, but these as well. You buy a kit, you can build it at home, you can build it at your garage, in your hangar. You can go and have folks like our friends at Backcountry Super Cubs help you build one.
Yeah.
Whole different side of aviation. You're going to see the advantages of that as the day goes on.
All right. From Pinedale, Wyoming, in the 2020 Rev 3 Backcountry Super Cub, race number 39, Brian Billings.
So Brian Billings bringing that Rev 3 to bear for us. He actually, at first yesterday, was part of the rookie class. And after everyone saw him perform, they were like, nah, bro, get in your class.
Yeah.
Like, go be part of this normal wilderness class. He did a great job and had actually a really exciting, well-executed go-around yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Big bounce coming into land, applied full throttle, got out of trouble right away. And all of the air bosses actually gave him a shout-out during the pilot briefing today, said that's exactly the kind of decision-making we want to see in our pilots.
Up next, from Mora, Minnesota, in the 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, race number 260, Luke Strandland.
Luke Strandland got his start actually in dirt track racing. Did that for 7 years and then transitioned over to flying in 2014. He competes in the Super Rebel. It's been nicknamed the Sonic Rebel. Cam and I used to call it the Sonic Weapon because it is so loud. Get ready to plug your ears as it takes off. Luke actually owns a structural steel and metal fabrication company in Minnesota. He spent 1,000 hours upgrading the Super Rebel last season. New shocks, gear, avionics, and of course that deafening engine out on the
goodness.
front.
Up next, from Manhattan, Kansas, in the 2024 Backcountry Super Cup Boss, race number 603, Jared Garrettson.
Jared Garrettson, if we're being honest, is kind of the one to watch in all of National STOL right now. He's competing across multiple classes.
Yeah.
He's podiuming and often bringing home the gold almost every event in the classes he's competing in.
Yeah.
He's from Junction City, Kansas, represents Manhattan and Freeman Field there in Kansas. Just a great stick, as we'd say in the pilot world.
Yeah.
If he can fit himself into it, he's going to fly it. We've seen him fly countless airplanes. I'm surprised people actually let him fly their airplanes because he's always so aggressive. Again, this airplane, just huge. Empty weight of 1,792 pounds. I want you to compare that, though, to the plane in front of it, that Super Rebel, Luke Strandland's plane. That thing weighs, let's get the number here, 2,000 pounds empty with a gross weight of 3,000. And there's actually more horsepower on the front of Luke's aircraft. It used to say how many horsepower, and it just said enough.
Yeah.
But I think it's like, is it 600?
It's over 600.
Over 600. It's over 9,000. Okay.
Yes. Oh.
Time to get this party started in the wilderness class. Again, Brandon Korn is going to hope that his scores hold up against what they're putting down in this heat. By the way, DJ Holman's score is now in from the Bravo heat earlier, and he had sub 700 scores as well. So we'll leave it for the podium finish, but DJ Holman, Austin Clemens definitely challenging the previous heat in the touring class. Luke Strandland now on the line, waiting for the air bosses to tell him it's okay to launch. Again, might be worth plugging your ears on this one. Ooh. I feel like that actually wasn't as loud as it normally is. I don't know, maybe it's the mountain air because we're so much higher here, higher elevation or something.
Yeah,
it definitely didn't hit as bad. I still got goosebumps.
Yep. Me too.
Now it's time for Jared Garrettson in the Backcountry Super Cup Boss.
You know, something we do need to talk about with Luke's aircraft, it's twin turboed. So, I mean, he's going to have excellent performance out here in this high density altitude.
Yeah, it's going to keep that engine well aspirated.
Yeah.
Getting those flaps up right away. It just homesick angel style. Well, they come around the pattern, folks. We got a couple bits of business we got to talk to you about. Don't forget, again, the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award. Vote.nationalstol.com will remind you all day. Kids, by the way, there's a way for you to participate in the competition this week as well. You can build a paper airplane at the nationalstol.com merch tent. It's over there, I think I see by Baked and Wired, the food truck back there. It's not too far from that. Go to that National STOL tent. You can build a paper airplane and actually enter it in a paper airplane competition where you'll get to come out onto the runway today and fly your paper airplane. We're going to be doing that after the backcountry class, so a few more classes down the way. So you've got a little bit of time now. Head to that booth and make your paper airplane and enter it in the competition. Also, folks, if you are loving this as much as we are, we hope you'll join us. The next closest event to you here in Wyoming is actually over in Oregon, in Creswell, Oregon, August 28th and 29th for Stolen It Out West. in Cresswell, Oregon. So go check that out. That's August 28th and 29th. We'll also be in Lebanon, Tennessee, October 9th and 10th for Music City STOL.
Ooh.
Oh, there's some more butter for you.
Yeah, just super nice and easy.
Butter that bread.
Absolutely.
Touched down a little bit longer than he probably wanted to, but very smooth. So Music City STOL again will be October 9th and 10th. That's in Lebanon, Tennessee. And then rounding out the season, Lone Star STOL, followed by the National Finals October 29th through 31st in Sulphur Springs, Texas, home of our sponsors at American Legend Aircraft. So come have Halloween with us in Texas. Luke Strandland, big power.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Sonic Rebel, it can also go backwards on the ground. So a little bit of reverse pitch propeller action there. And did he make it over the line? Oh, it was close if he didn't. I think they're saying good. No line violation. So that may be also the closest anyone's been to the line yet today without touching it. And I actually feel like, Cam, do you feel like he could have gotten heavier on the brakes on that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if he thought he scratched at first. Because he was kind of, it
seemed
felt
like
like he was kind of just rolling. And I was like, oh, man, he could be heavier. And then he got the reverse pitch engaged and stopped. That was short, no questions. But we might see even shorter from Luke Strandland. Now, here it is. This one, it's we got the Wicked Witch of the West over here defying gravity. It is. And look how fast. And Jared almost gave up a foot or two by moving before the judge was ready there. But, man, watching him dump those flaps, and then he's just grabbing onto a bar to hang on, right? He's got the throttle totally out. He's just hanging on, getting it stopped. Look at that. Good stuff.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Good stuff.
Well, they get ready to go. We got to thank a couple of our sponsors. I want to talk about our friends at ICOM Radios. They're the radio people. Let's just be real. They're the radio people. That's how you know them. They provided us with new radios so that we can communicate effectively. Our line judges use them. Our staff use the ICOM radios. We cannot thank them enough for their support. You can see them helping us with high vis as well out on the field, make sure everyone can be seen, all the line judges can be seen. So big thanks to ICOM Radios for all of their support.
All right, Brian Billings on the line, giving power to the Backcountry Super Cub. Nice and easy. It wasn't quite ready to fly. He pulled a little early, but that is okay. And then the Sonic Rebel up next.
Waiting for his turn to turn dinosaurs into noise. It makes me feel weird. It is just so loud.
It shakes everything. All right, Then the Backcountry Super Cup Boss, the 4th-place version of Brian Billings' aircraft, with Jared Garrettson at the helm.
That is, I mean, we're just talking a huge airplane.
Yeah.
And it's taken off really short. So I don't even know what to say about that. It almost feels normal after watching Jared fly that thing for, what, like 2 seasons now?
Yep. Yep.
And he's just tearing it up. Haven Art in the chat, by the way, talking about Jared's last landing, just Propphang, prop hang, like, bam. Also, Haven Art, I just want to thank you for recognizing my reference, my little
the over 9,000,
my over 9,000 reference.
Oh, heck
Thank you for recognizing that.
Of course,
Millennials got a millennial. So let's check in on the scores here. We've got Brian Billings with his best combined score so far of 656, Luke Strandland 441, and Jared Garrettson, good golly Miss Molly, with a combined score of 319 on his first run. And the numbers, I believe, will only get shorter. Ooh, there we go.
Real easy on those brakes that time, too. I mean, you could have just stood on them.
The proof is in the pudding,
Oh,
Cam.
yeah. Absolutely.
But, yeah, could you shave another 50 feet off? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't be a bad influence.
I'm not.
Luke Strandland high up, stabilized. There we go. You see what I mean about the first one? That is more what I expect from Luke. Man, that thing lands with a roar. Could be a little louder, I guess.
Could be a little louder.
And that actually, so interestingly enough, a longer takeoff for Luke Strandland on that run, but a much shorter landing, but it still is not going to beat his first run score of 441 combined. He had a takeoff of 244 and a landing of 240, so dropped his landing number by about 27 feet by getting a little more aggressive with it. Combined 484, so 441 still stands as his best. Now, Jerry Garrettson, hanging it off the prop, plop, and stop. Sub 150. And we're getting ready for the third run here, and you can hear that new perk unlocked, nationalstol.com/fans. To get access to this all the time, you can listen to the Airboss and Unicom frequencies during the competitions. That's for our Patreon supporters. There's other behind-the-scenes access for you as well. But I got to tell you, the Airboss Unicom frequency thing is my favorite.
It is pretty cool.
I wish we had that all the time. They didn't even give it to us.
Yeah.
I was like, I would like that. And Race Control said, have you joined the Patreon yet? No favoritism.
No, none at all.
We're getting ready for the third run.
think this is going to be the time Brian just throws down. Flaps down, stick back. Still attached to the ground, but not anymore.
But not anymore.
Luke Strandlin thinking about his next move.
Wonder what the gallons per hour of this engine is at idle.
Backcountry Super Cup boss. Just love seeing Jared put in this work on any airplane that he's in, but especially this aircraft. Down, stick back, and immediately was ready for some air time. Jared showing that he is a master of his craft, no matter what the airframe is. All right, Brian Billings on final. The sunlight glinting off the leading edges of the wings there.
Brian Billings currently bringing up the rear in the wilderness class, and so he's got to put down a strong one to try to get up onto the podium. And whew, big balloon there. That's okay. And I do believe I jinxed it for him. He touched down around 125 feet. Add that burst of power. When you get into that balloon situation, that could be from wind, that could be from pulling back too aggressively or not slowing down enough, right? You have more energy to translate into altitude. But when you do that, then what comes up
must come down.
Must come down. And so you start to build some speed towards the ground. You got to add a little bit more throttle now to try to cushion that landing. And that's what happens. It extends your distance down the runway. Luke Strandlin now good over the line, bouncing, trying to get the reverse pitch engaged, and he couldn't. It's not a silver bullet. You heard him try to get it stopped and could not get it engaged. There's just a lot of workload in the cockpit. I don't think that's going to improve Luke's numbers at all. Yeah, that was dramatically longer on the landing for him than the others.
Yeah, absolutely. It's cool seeing that Cessna with the canards just a little bit ago.
Yeah,
On
for
screen just a second ago.
Very unique. It's also just cool to see a Cessna with fat tires.
Yeah.
Like that, like a trike. Look at Jared Garrettson. This is what you call behind the power curve flying. I don't even know how he can see. Just flying totally on the periph. Was it good?
Oh,
no. Lexi's calling it a scratch. That is under review. Ooh, frame by frame. Let's check her out.
It's too dark for me to see. Oh, yeah.
And that will be a scratch for him. Okay, folks, that is going to wrap up the touring and wilderness classes here at Pinedale, Wyoming for Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more STOL flying in just a few minutes.
All right. Dave Trine. I'm the wing builder for the Badlands Travelers. I've got one in the shop. It was supposed to be at Oshkosh this year, but I'm about 2 weeks short of having it flying. It's got a 360. I flew this for Clint over here because he's bringing the whole family. A pretty amazing airplane with the 360. You can see upwards of 130 mile an hour and then 27 mile an hour stall without slats. I chose the 360 just because of simplicity. I don't have a lot of time in this one with the 916, but with the constant speed, there's some learning to do there. Nice airplane, great airplanes. It's the easiest airplane in the world to fly, especially being a tail dragger. I think a drunk monkey could probably handle one right off the bat. I did, so that says something there.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, you know, make sure my oxygen is good.
Folks, welcome back. We are doing the Touring and Wilderness Class Awards, but I'm joined now by a special guest. Her name is Shelby Gastons, and she's Mrs. Wyoming. Would you like to tell us about yourself and your platform?
I would love to.
All right.
Good morning, Wyoming! I would just love to tell you about my platform a little bit. I'm a U.S. Army veteran, and my platform is against anything to do with suicide. We're gonna nut that. 22 veterans die a day, and we are gonna help that. We are gonna go with our platform, which is OptiVet, and that is healing at a cellular level versus opioids. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Shelby. So she's gonna help me hand out these awards, which we don't have, so she's just gonna do handshakes. All right, in the touring class, in third place, with a combined total of 715 feet, Rick Holman. Next up, with a combined total of 548 feet, Derek Holman. And in first place for the touring class, with a combined total of 516 feet, Austin Clemens. Dude, congratulations. Tell us what it's like flying the 180 compared to the Husky.
Yeah, that 1953 Skywagon, it does pretty good. Took some getting used to how heavy it is, but end of the day, it's got a 300 horsepower motor, so it compensates.
Heck yeah, bro. Congratulations, guys. All right, in the wilderness class, in third place, with a combined total of 441 feet, Luke Strandland. In second place, with a combined total of 379 feet, Brandon Korn. And in first place, with a combined total of 319 feet, Jared Garrettson. Sir, give us some words of encouragement. Tell us what it takes to come out and just fly different airplanes and perform in them so well.
It was definitely tough today because I'm not used to this density altitude. I got in late last night and felt bad not being able to get out and practice, but things kind of came together this morning. I got a good night's rest, which I recommend to anybody who's looking to do anything serious. And yeah, I don't know, just came out here and it was a blessing to win and get to fly with these guys.
All right, well, it's a blessing to have you with us for sure, sir. And get that rest. All right, Ryan, are we going back to you, sir?
Come on back to me, everybody. Absolutely. Big round of applause for all of the competitors there. Wilderness and touring class just tearing it up. And we are headed for even more crazy STOL action. Right next, after we've done the touring in the wilderness class, we head over to the backcountry class. Folks, if you're getting ready to build one of those paper airplanes, now is the time to do it. After this backcountry class, we are going to have our paper airplane competition. So get ready for that. If you haven't built your airplane, go do that right now. Don't forget also the Ralph Wentz People's Choice Award. That is something that we need you to participate in as well. You can go to vote.nationalstol.com to place your vote for your favorite pilot in the competition today. Then we've got more things for you. More and more and more. We have a one-wheel we are raffling off today. The Rocky Mountain folks are doing that for us. And so go over to the Rocky Mountain merch tent and you can buy a one-wheel raffle ticket. The drawing for that is also at the end of the day. So go check that out. You want to maybe get a one-wheel, which is how most STOL pilots seem to get around at these competitions. You can buy a one-wheel raffle ticket and maybe win your own one-wheel to go around and do adventures with. Let's take a look at the scores. Let's just recap the scores from the last two classes. In the touring class, 6th place goes to John Douglas with a combined score of 778. Don Mickey's in 5th place with a combined score of 740. 20 feet out in front of him, 4th place, Garrett Holman with 720. Just 5 feet separating him and Rick Holman. Rick Holman in 3rd with 715 combined. Derek Holman bringing home silver with a combined score of 548. And Austin Clemens in that 1953 Cessna 180 with a best run of 516 feet combined. And then over to the wilderness class. I think I got to buy one of those one-wheel raffle tickets. I don't have a lot of balance, though. Like, I'm not, like, super well balanced. Here we go. The wilderness class. Brian Billings in 4th place with a combined score of 579. Luke Strandland bringing up bronze with a combined score of 441 in that Murphy Super Rebel. Brandon Korn in the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss. That's a combined score of 379, and 60 feet out in front, Jared Garrettson hanging it on the prop, bringing home gold with 319 feet combined. That was some flying.
Yeah. Some crazy flying. I am so happy that we're here to be able to see that.
Especially this high up.
Yeah.
We're over a mile above the sea here in the mountains, and planes don't fly as well up here. And Jerry Garrettson said, you know what? I am going to laugh in the face of physics. Speaking of laughing, while you were gone, Angela Douglas, who is one of the hosts of this event, she brought these by for us, and so this is a bit of a tradition, folks. Angela always sneaks on to the broadcast and brings us food because she knows that we're working all day. We can't leave these seats, really, and so she brings us some food. And so, Cam, your choices today are elk. Would you like an elk meat stick from Wyoming?
Ooh.
Or if you're feeling sassy, you could have roadkill.
Which one do you want? Because
that's a cop-out. No, I'm offering them to you.
We usually always get roadkill, and
That's
I
true.
love roadkill. I don't want to take it unless you
Here's the thing. Roadkill has elk, venison, pork, duck, and rabbit. Or you could just have elk with a little pork. I think the pork helps it,
I mean, I love roadkill. I'll do the elk.
You can do the elk?
I'll do the elk.
All right, here you go.
There we go.
Thank you very much for that, Angela. You always take such good care of us. Should we cheers it? We should cheers our meat sticks. We'll have like a sword fight over here. All right, so gearing up for the backcountry class, folks. There's a couple other folks we need to introduce to you here in the backcountry class. Here's who you're going to see flying. You're going to see Brett Kobe in a 1952 Cessna 170 Bravo. Clayton Wheaton's all the way here from, man, that's a long flight, from Buffalo, New York, in a 2000 Aviat Husky A1B. Bobby Druin, 2016 Aviat Husky A1C180 from Afton, Wyoming. Brad Crawford is all the way here from Hot Springs, Arkansas, in his 2022. That thing is freshly restored Aviat Husky. Phil Shearer, are you noticing a theme, folks, is here in his 2016 Aviat Huskies from Tavares, Florida. And then Jerry Clemens, guess what he's flying? Oh, wow, it's the Husky class, an Aviat Husky. He's all the way from Wichita, Kansas. And normally you'd see Austin Clemens.
Yeah.
In an Aviat Husky. But he already dropped a train on all of us. He already won. So he's going to take a well-deserved break. and we're going to be kicking off the backcountry class in a minute. This backcountry class presented by Roseman Wagner Wealth Management. So thank you, Roseman Wagner Wealth Management, for their support this year for Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. And now it's time to meet your challengers.
All right. From Morgan, Utah, in the 1952 Cessna 170B, race number 74, Brett Kobe.
This 170B. So first of all, we ran into Brett last night at the Chinese restaurant in town, and he was like, man, I'm having fun out there. And he said the only thing that he wished for in this airplane is just a little more engine power. It has the original stock engine, the Continental 145. It's just not making the kind of power that you maybe would want these days. But this airplane, otherwise, very well performer. You're going to see him work harder for the takeoffs, but then really show up in the landings if what we saw in practice yesterday is any indication. Also, as the Horton STOL cuff on the front adds a little bit of wing, a little more cord to the wing, and then some VGs, those vortex generators we were talking about earlier.
Next up, from Buffalo, New York, in the 2000 Aviat Husky A1B, race number 150, Clayton Wheaton.
Clayton again, that long flight all the way from Buffalo, New York, powered by that Lycoming 0360 on the front. This airplane about not quite 100 pounds lighter empty than the Cessna 170. And you can actually see why over the years that the 170s and the Huskies have ended up in this backcountry class together. They're very similar in performance. Clayton's running the Goodyear bush wheels on this aircraft. And fun story, we found out he's got a Cessna 195, one of the most beautiful aircraft ever made, but it is always down for maintenance because it's an old vintage airplane. And his wife said, you know what we need? We need a Husky. And he said, yes, ma'am.
Yep.
we can have one.
Next up, from Afton, Wyoming, in the 2016 Aviat Husky A1C, race number 404, Robert Druin.
So Bobby Druin is one of your Wyoming pilots. He is a known name in the Husky circles. He's got his hand in some Husky flying, and he's a reputable source of information on them. This airplane, pretty similar actually to the one, even though it's 16 years newer, pretty similar to the one that Clayton is flying. The biggest difference, just some fatter tires.
Yeah.
The rest is pretty much the Husky formula, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to see the 170 duke it out with the Huskies here. And I should mention that Phil Shearer is watching from the sidelines here. He's watching Bobby. He's biting his nails here, watching someone else fly his plane. But if anyone's going to fly your Husky, Bobby Druin's the one to give the keys to. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Check out that weather cam.
Ooh, winds out of the 279 at 4 knots, gusting to
holding the 1 knot gust up to 5 knots. But the altimeter 3053, and it's 50% humidity now, 67 degrees. It feels warmer than that. I'm cooking in the sun right now.
Yeah, it feels
I hope,
good.
Folks, you are sunscreening.
Ooh,
drinking some water.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry to be your air show dads, but yeah, take care of yourself out there. And it's almost time to kick off the backcountry class. And so as we go throughout the day, our airplanes get lighter and more powerful as a general rule.
Right.
Or more powerful for the weight. Our power to weight ratio goes up throughout the day.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
All right.
Brett Kobe. And he really has to work to just milk all the performance he can out of that engine, and look at that. Like, that was clean. He's going to settle down a little bit there. That's okay. Kept the nose down. You want to resist the urge to pull back up, because this is going to make your situation worse as the plane slows down even more. You got to build up some of that speed. Next up, Clayton Wheaton. Dressed in a very nice sweater this morning, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
He looked very refined at the pilot briefing in his very fancy sweater. Very comfortable. You got to be comfortable if you're going to compete.
That's for sure.
Working that rudder, keeping it straight. More right rudder. There we go. Flaps down. Pulled a little early. There she goes. And you can really see, Cam, when someone pulls too early, the airplane's not quite ready to fly, you add all that drag back into the equation, both physically from the tail wheel and the airframe, right? It's hitting the air, with more angle of attack than it's ready for. It slows it down, so you have to kind of fight back through that drag. Bobby Druin.
Gets his hands on a lot of Aviat aircraft. Coming up.
Little bit shorter than Clayton did. And as they go around the pattern, Cam, I would be remiss if I didn't mention our friends over at Lift Aviation USA. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. And actually, what's really cool, we don't have anyone like in the proper rookie class today, but our rookies, people who are doing this for the first time, can borrow one of the Lift Aviation helmets that have been lent to us to make sure that they can stay safe even though they're rookies and might not have the safety equipment yet. So big thanks to Lift Aviation for that.
Ooh, very nice.
See what I mean about making up for it on the landing?
Yeah, absolutely. This guy just has it just nailed down with the 170. With the 170 Bravo.
And also you can kind of see why it was called a scratch.
Oh.
That breaks my heart. What I was going to talk about was the 170 Bravo. I used to make fun of Jeff Daly had a 170 Bravo. Michael Lindstrom had a 170 Bravo. Jeff Pohl, another seasoned National STOL pilot, has a 170 Bravo. And I said, really? Always the Bravo model, though? Like, that's the one you need? And they were like, yeah, that's the one, bro. That's the only one that does it this way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clayton Wheaton touching down on a 125. So if you want a 170 and you want to fly STOL, shop for that Bravo model. And you will notice on the various shopping sites for aircraft that they do command a premium.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the larger flaps. The 170 Alpha has some pretty anemic flaps.
The A is for anemic.
Yeah, A is for anemic. Anemic. And in the 170s, so there was a 170 as well before the 170 Alpha. A lot of them are rag wing.
That means using fabric.
Right, absolutely.
Instead of metal for the wing.
So if you could have 170 Bravo flaps on the rag wing, that would probably be
a little bit lighter.
Yeah.
Coming in high, and this is the technique. I was wondering if we were going to see it again. The technique that we saw yesterday. Not a lot of people doing this, where you just get down in a wheel landing and plant that sucker.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. It looks so cool.
There's nothing cooler than a wheel landing.
Yeah.
I mean, really. And when you first learn to do them as a tailwheel pilot, you're just like, I am so cool. You're like, I'm Maverick.
Yeah.
This isn't he didn't fly anything tailwheel, but you're just like, I am the best. I'm the greatest. I'm Nicolas Cage in an Apache. I'm everything. I'm all the cliches. Well, they taxi back, folks. It's very sunny today, Cam.
Yes.
And we are wearing our Flying Eyes sunglasses.
Ooh.
They're the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. They're a returning sponsor of National STOL, and our staff, our participants, can attest to the quality of their products. Consider supporting National STOL and saving 10% by using coupon code National STOL the next time you're in the market for high-quality eyewear. And what's really cool about them is they actually have these magnetic sunglasses that you can put on the prescription lenses. Very, very comfortable.
I absolutely love mine.
So working to get it off there, trying to get it off the ground, and it's definitely staying kind of Velcroed. He's off now, but now in ground effect, we talked about this a lot yesterday. You can see he's still working it, trying to get that nose down. Now he's starting to climb out there.
There we go.
And so what happens is the closer you are to the ground, you can get this little, it's almost like a pillow of air right close to the ground, and it gives you more lift than you normally get from a wing and less drag. And so you can use that here. Watch as Clayton takes off. He'll probably do the same thing. Pulling back on those flaps, pulling off the ground. And now as he nurses it into there, he's going to try again. There we go.
There we go.
Notice how he pushes the nose back down, and he's accelerating to a faster flying speed so he can climb out.
Yeah.
You do that in ground effect because the plane wouldn't be able to fly at that speed normally. It's just within that few feet of the ground. Kind of a weird phenomenon, right? And so particularly in planes that are more underpowered, and I hate to say it, I'm sorry, but Kobe, but like your 170 Bravo with the 145 on the front,
right.
You really need to maximize your performance by being down in ground effect. As we go into the sport class and things like that, those airplanes are just going to rocket right through that window of air. Same technique here in the Husky, right? Not needed as much. I'd say he's out of ground effect by now. Just a very steady climb rate for Bobby Druin.
But yeah, this is textbook short field operations. So you get up off the ground as soon as you possibly can. Stay in ground effect, because when you pull that stick and it flies, it's not really ready to fly. So you have to stay in ground effect, get that airspeed up, and then you can climb out.
170 Bravo coming around the bend again. Ooh, shaking those gear, heavy braking. Wow. Okay, so this is what's fun about National STOL is we get little trivia bits from race control sometimes, and I'm going to serve this up to the crowd. You guys can put it in the chat. This is really interesting. So the question for all of you is, what was the largest tailwheel fighter jet? The largest tailwheel fighter jet. Put that in the chat. See if you can figure it out. And I'll let you know in a minute. Clayton.
Giving up a little bit. But he's going to get a stop pretty short.
And the other thing that we're hearing on that Airbus frequency is the pilots are actually mentioning that as they get out of ground effect, they're getting a little bit of a tailwind. And so it's pretty much still winds calm down here based on the wind sock. But I'm feeling a little bit of I would call like a left crosswind for our pilots here on the ground. But as they get that like 25 to 30 feet above the ground, they're actually saying they're getting a tailwind starting to push us. And that transition from crosswind, no wind to crosswind to tailwind is a little bit of a not quite sheer event, right? But it's just changing the dynamics of their climb outs. Now, here we go. Look to your left here in Pinedale. On the right on the screen, Bobby Druin.
Smooth. Still a wheel landing, but a low wheel.
Low wheel landing. Another buttered bread situation, I think, and the airplane matches the color.
Mm-hmm.
Butter that bread. Let's see if anyone got our trivia question right in the chat.
Yeah.
In the chat, National STOL says, don't Google it. Supermarine is not correct because it's not a jet. If you're talking about the Supermarine Spitfire, it's not a jet.
Right.
Naya Millie actually got it correct. The ME-262.
Oh.
Which is wild. The early prototypes of the ME-262, the Messerschmitt fighter jet from World War II that the Germans built, early prototypes actually were tail dragger configuration.
Oh, dude.
But the jet exhaust was being deflected and blanking the elevators, so they had to switch it to a nose wheel layout for production models.
That's so funny.
Hashtag nerds.
Yeah.
That's what's going on here. Take that home. No one's going to even believe you. Believe the ME-262 was a tail wheel at first?
Yeah. No, if you remember, like, anytime you see, like, a documentary and they show the first footage of the 262, it's on a field and it is a tail dragger. And, like, I keep forgetting about that footage because, like, in recent history, you see all the replica 262s and the actual repro, basically, at Oshkosh, and their tricycle configuration.
Right. I got to sit in one of the replicas a couple of years back, and it's tight in there.
Yeah.
It smelled like history, even though it wasn't like a real one.
It
was a real airplane. It's
yeah.
just like a replica built. Anyway, by the way, Naya Millie, by the way, is from Germany, so that's why.
Okay.
Unfair advantage.
Nice.
But now there's a fight. There's a fight in the chat. Cat Blue Flame says, no, the Supermarine Attacker with the Fleet Air Arm was bigger, and it was a tail wheel.
Oh.
So the nerds have been out-nerded.
Cat Blue
Supermarine
Flame,
Attacker. That's not even a real plane.
She's from the UK, so, I mean, like, she would know. Supermarine is pretty much like a national treasure.
Oh, now here's the problem. I'm looking at the picture of it.
Oh, I see it.
It looks bigger than the 262, just by this one picture I found on Wikipedia. So maybe we have misled everybody in our trivia today.
That is
it was the Royal Navy's first jet. Kat Googled it. I don't know. I think Kat probably just knew that. Yeah. I thought that she was talking about the Supermarine Spitfire. That's not, which is a plane.
Right,
I was like, no, it's jet. But no, the Supermarine Attacker. I never heard of that.
Nope.
I got to turn in my AvGeek
your wings
card. Yeah.
Turn in your AvGeek.
Embarrassing.
Wings.
Okay, here we go. This is not going to be embarrassing. He's going to put in an amazing landing. Here's Kobe over the line. Good over the line. Now he's going to get heavy on those brakes. Watch that shimmy of the gear. That means he's really working it. I feel like I don't even know if do I have to apologize about getting that wrong and being corrected on the internet? I feel like that's kind of the way that it's supposed to work. Naya Millie says, I'll give the prize to Kat. And Kat says, I knew it because I touched one. But, like, dude, Kat, here's the thing. Like, no one else knew what that airplane even was. If you were in the crowd, did you know what a Supermarine Attacker was? No one's going to raise their hand. It's very obscure. So well done. Well done. Okay, back to the backcountry class action. Huskies on Huskies. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to touch the planes.
Clayton throwing down in that lift helmet that he's wearing.
So now I have another development.
Yes.
I have another, and I'm sorry, this is not what people came for.
No.
I have another development. Okay, we've done a little more research. We have a whole research crew, and they're like, no, we got this right. Here's why it's so slippery, this fact. Everyone in the crowd's like, you guys, get off the largest tailwheel jet. The Supermarine Attacker is slightly longer and taller than the Messerschmitt ME-262, but the 262 had a wider wingspan.
Okay.
So which one's bigger?
Yeah, are we going by wings or are we going by body?
And the 262 had a higher empty weight. Ooh, nice one.
Nice.
So I don't know. I don't know how to answer this. It sounds like both teams are good. So Bobby Truen putting it down sub 200. I can't believe this. Oh, man, I love hanging out with my people. Okay.
Yes.
Well, they get figured out there in the backcountry class. Let's go over to our friends at Behringer Aero. Want to thank them for their help. Behringer Aero has been manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit of quality and performance for 30 years. They make the red ones, right? You see the red ones. They make other colors too, but they're the red ones. And so obviously if you're a pilot, certainly if you built an experimental aircraft, you've thought about and dreamed about Behringer wheels and brakes on your plane. But they're on everything from the experimentals all the way up to the Piper Jet and the Diamond DA-42. So big thanks to our friends at Behringer Aero for their support. Also, before we move on, I want to talk about our friends at Moza Flight, because I think it's probably about time we should start talking about eSTOL, and we'll have a little video about eSTOL in just a second we can play for you. But our friends at Moza Flight come to us as part of National STOL. It's a series within Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's where all these passionate people, all our fellow avgeeks and nerds on the YouTube chat come from. They're all STOL pilots, and they're so passionate about that. Moza Flight builds hardware and software that you can fly the aircraft as realistically as possible at home. It's forced feedback, so you actually feel the air and the G-forces, things like that, through the yoke or the stick that you're using. It's simulating air resistance as well. That's very rare in flight sim gear. It's usually very expensive, and Moza Flight is making that more accessible. So thank you to our friends at Moza Flight, and thank you to all of you for watching National STOL at Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and then they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. hard to get much better than this.
Hi, I'm Kyle Patterson, and I'm flying the new to me the Cessna Cub, one of Clint's early creations. Going from my last airplane, I really have enjoyed flying this. Has a higher cruise speed, about 115, 120 miles an hour, and still lands slow and can go fly in the backcountry and off airport and still get that performance and pack a load and go somewhere. So I've just really enjoyed learn how to fly it and hopefully work up to a Badlands one day. Thank you.
And welcome back to Pinedale, Wyoming, where we are in the middle of some exciting STOL flying. Some of the most challenging STOL flying you will see all season long here in Pinedale, Wyoming, National STOL's Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. And Cam and I here, my name is Ryan Dabrowski. I'm joined with Cam Walton. If you're just joining us, we are in the middle of the backcountry class. First heat is complete. And you can see the Huskies, because they're kind of all Huskies, at least this weekend in the backcountry class. They are firing up and getting ready to do some battle.
Yeah, what's wild about this year for Rocky Mountain STOL is, you know what? It's not, the density altitude isn't that much higher than the field elevation right now. We're still just a little over 8,000 feet density altitude. When we've seen like 9,000, 10,000 plus, it's 8,619 at the moment for density altitude.
And so that's going to be a big factor, and that number will climb throughout the day as the ground and the air heat up. Mm-hmm. The other thing that we're hoping for, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind it in the crowd a little bit, is just a little bit of a breeze. I know it's cooler today, but a little bit of a breeze wouldn't hurt. I'm never one to shy away from a cool, refreshing breeze. Yes. But our pilots need a cool, refreshing breeze to get a little more lift out of that wing to get off the ground a little bit shorter. And so that's something that we really wish we had. It's funny. 2 years ago, we had a wind event right after Rocky Mountain STOL. We had 75-mile-an-hour winds sustained for 90 minutes, and it was gnarly, my friends. I don't want that.
Nope.
But I wouldn't mind just last night someone said it's about to get a little western when a storm system kind of passed nearby, and I wouldn't mind a little bit of that. I don't want it to get like full western, but we could be like half western would be cool in terms of wind, just to help our pilots get some shorter numbers that also just makes things more exciting.
Yeah.
Right? You get like, man, little wind on the nose, seeing what some of these pilots can do. And some of them, it's very interesting, it upsets the apple cart based on who you think will win, because some planes need wind to be competitively lethal, right? Like Dan Reynolds, who's not here right now, he would lose to planes that are more powerful until he had wind on the nose, and then he would just float right up into the air.
Okay. From Tavares City, Florida, the America's Seaplane City. Race number 259 in the 2016 Aviat Husky A1C, Phil Shearer.
Phil is relatively new to the National STOL circuit. He entered his private pilot license in a Husky just a couple of years ago in 2024. Quickly added a float rating as well. He's logged over 500 hours already in 2 years, split evenly between float and wheel flying. And he's obviously a passionate seaplane pilot. I asked him if some of the skills of seaplane flying translate over to the flying he does here at National STOL, and he said, I don't know, I'm just happy to be dry. Also, big active scout leader, pole vault coach. That's not something you hear every day.
Nope.
We see if he can vault it over the line on his landings today.
Up next, from Hot Springs, Arkansas, in the 2022 Aviat Husky, freshly restored, race number 16, Brad Crawford.
So Brad flew all the way from Hot Springs, Arkansas today, and he did do a full restoration on this, and it is a pretty bird. Yesterday in practice, he said he had the whole thing loaded up with fuel still from his big cross country to get here, so he wasn't able to get the performance that he wanted out of it. He's drained some of that fuel, so he's not carrying excess baggage, as it were, and we should see the full fury of his performance. And look at, he's always ever the showman. Brad Crawford, of course, a former competitive aerobatic pilot as well.
Yeah.
And you're going to see that in his command of the way the wing hits the air. I don't know how else to describe it. It'll make sense when you see him fly.
All right, from Wichita, Kansas, in the Aviat Husky as well. Race number 17, Jerry Clemens.
So you can tell that Husky has a seaplane mod on it that allows it to have a reverse pitch propeller, much like what Luke Strandland was using. Again, not a silver bullet for our competitors. There's a lot of workload in the cockpit. Jerry is one to beat. Very consistent. Watch the way that he very precisely lifts the tail off the ground every time he takes off. And so that's going to be the 3 remaining Huskies in the backcountry class. Folks, don't forget, after this heat of the backcountry class, we will be having all of the paper airplane participants gather behind the bleachers next to the National STOL merchandise tent to be escorted out on the runway for your paper airplane competition. So you've got just a few more minutes to make that paper airplane. Kids, if you want to do that, we got to get you over there to show us what your cool design is. And then right after these airplanes are done competing, we will do our podium presentation and then move right over to your paper airplane competition. So last chance to go make that airplane, and looking forward to meeting you out on the runway in a little bit. Scores in the backcountry class right now pretty divided. Bobby Druin's out front with a combined score of 487. Clayton Wheaton holding his own in second place currently with 687. And Brett Kobe with a combined score of 944. Brad Crawford's going to be leading the charge.
In the snarling Husky.
If you got a Husky, it's got a snarl, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to... If you're putting a wing, like if you're putting a dog on the tail, for me, it's snarling.
Yeah.
I actually kind of wonder if, like, no one's got a silly one. I feel like maybe I would be more suited with, like, a silly one.
Yeah, you remember, I guess we had the silly one out here last year. It had the crazy, like, old school cartoonish face and slobber and tongue hanging out.
Brad Crawford taking a bite out of crime. And by crime, I mean the air. He is off pretty short and keeping it down in ground effect as he climbs up out into the pattern now. Over to Phil. Phil made waves when he took first place in Swamp STOL this year. Kind of out of nowhere showed up and just immediately dropped a first-place finish on everybody. And since then, he's been one of the competitors to watch this season. It's a long flight from Florida. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Getting a little wind on the nose right now, too, for the backcountry class. That's going to be a bummer for those in the first heat.
Yeah, man.
Jerry Clemens on the line.
The Husky to life. Yeah, if you can see in the cockpit, he is very physical. He's one of those other competitors that's just moving just a bunch of mass whenever he's deploying the flaps and pulling back on the stick.
Some fun comments in the internet chat right now. One person saying, that manly beard helps the braking, I'm sure, in reference to Phil in his Husky. So that is pretty great. Here comes Brad Crawford, low on short final.
Nice. Good over the line, getting it stopped. Keeping that tail up. He's probably going to taxi off. Yep. Keeping the tail up. Always the showman, that man.
Well, our next Husky comes base to final around the bend there. We want to talk about our friends over at Legend Aircraft. The Legend Cub continues to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It's a modern Legend based on the spirit of the Piper J3, the PA-11, and the PA-18 Super Cubs. You're going to see some of those flying in the Cub class, so imagine a modernized version of those. You can learn more at legend.aero. We're going to be at the Legend Factory at the end of the season, and we love them for their support. Whoa, hanging it out. We used to talk about Phil being the lawnmower.
Mm-hmm.
He was really good at getting that tail really high. Look at how short that was. He stopped 125 feet.
I mean, he's right in front of us in the booth.
I heard them call 126
yeah.
on that landing. And so that's excellent. Like, good job there. He was really hanging it on the prop, too, which is something I think he's getting more comfortable with as the season goes on. Jerry Clemens. Oh, trying to get it stopped with the reverse pitch, and it wasn't going to engage for him. And the problem is, I think, Cam, he would have stopped right around 125.
Yeah.
But because he added that burst of power to try to get the reverse pitch going and it didn't engage, it actually pushed him possibly that whole extra 50 feet down the runway.
See Brad Crawford's skills on the ground.
While they taxi around, also be remiss if I didn't mention that another one of our great sponsors, Clemens Insurance. That's Jerry Clemens' company.
Yeah.
So we thank him personally for all the support this year, bringing National STOL to the masses nationwide. If you're looking for the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, maintaining the highest standard of excellence, give Clemens Insurance a call. I'm actually going to be calling them this week about my flying club. I got all the members on board to shop around, so I get to finally shop around. And Jerry and I have been talking for a while about ways that our flying club, this is crazy, right? Getting that level of attention to detail. He's like, hey, we change your bylaws. You guys vote on new bylaws. We might be able to reduce your rates. That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's great attention to detail. Here's Brad Crawford now. There we go, buddy. Look, they weren't even close. All the judges are walking way forward on that one.
Up next, Phil Shearer. Who is currently in first place.
Look at that. He's 25 feet out in front of Jerry Clemens right now. Oh,
yeah.
clean one. That was excellent. Absolutely excellent. And much like practice yesterday, looks like we've got some rain off to the west.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. It can stay over there.
Yeah.
It's fine with me.
It is going to bring some of that cool air and maybe some wind. All right, Jerry Clemens getting that tails all the way up.
Mowing the lawn a little bit there. Oh,
yeah.
There he goes.
I don't know. That looked the shortest of the bunch.
We'll get some scores in for you in a second.
Yeah.
While they come around, folks, check out redtagart.com. I'm sorry it sounds like I've been giving a lot of promos right now, but a lot of people help this thing happen. Go check out redtagart.com. Red Tag Art features innovative and handcrafted art and home goods made from Red Tag aircraft parts, which are no longer viable for use. So Red Tag Art's a great place to check that out. You can get a bottle opener maybe made from a valve cover, or they were talking about me. We're still kind of talking about making a desk for me out of a jet wing.
Yes.
Sky's the limit. Brad Crawford. Heavy on those brakes, binding them up. He's like 175-ish as well. Man, they are tight.
Which would be wild if he was 175 exactly, because his last takeoff was 175.
And very quickly, folks, the battle for the podium, it's a deck of cards right now. It's getting shuffled over and over again. It all comes down to this particular heat. 1, 2, and 3, Brad, Phil, and Jerry have all been trading places into first, second, and third place. So Phil Shearer, who you see on short final right now, just bumped down into second place by Brad Crawford, who now has a combined score of 355. Phil Shearer's best 385 over the line.
Yeah.
Plopping it down heavy on those brakes. Hold it. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
We have a sub 125-foot landing. Will that be the shortest landing of the day?
That is insane.
That was 110 feet on the landing for Phil Shearer. Jerry Clemens. There we go. But look how much longer he was than Phil.
Yeah.
And again, the deck is restacked. And I believe, I'm searching through the stats right now, I believe that was the shortest landing of the day so far by Phil Shearer. Oh, I stand corrected. There's one shorter. You want to guess who it was?
Jared Garrettson.
Jared Garrettson at 105. That's right. So 105. So that's crazy.
That's insane.
That's crazy times. Is it? Was it? Yes, it was bonkers. With a capital B. Oh, doggy. That was something.
All right. Back at it with Brad Crawford on the line. Nice and easy from Brad. I could barely tell where that liftoff, where that takeoff happened. So judges have their work cut out for them.
They really do. In the chat right now, Naya Millie says, I had to translate it into meters. 110 feet are 33.5 meters. That's awesome. Yes, it is awesome. And I'm sorry, we can only give you the measurements in Eagle Screeching Freedom units. We're contractually obligated.
Okay, Phil resettled back down a little further down the runway than he'd like. See if this breeze is enough for Jerry to do something with.
And I don't know if he had to be held by the air bosses just a little too long there. A little bit of crosswind maybe from the left, but it's very light now.
Yeah.
Getting that tail up, mowing the lawn. And snap it down. Cat Blue Flame in the chat, by the way. Now I've started a fight about measurement units, but Naimili very politely saying no problem, we can convert it. I appreciate that. Cat Blue Flame reminding us that the truth is that because we're Americans, we don't measure anything in actual units. We measure them in like objects, and I do have a history of measuring it in F-14 Tomcats, and so she is correct. Two F-14 Tomcats plus a little spare change.
Okay, yeah.
For Phil on that landing. Brad giving up a bunch. Not going to be very happy with that. I think it just wasn't where he wanted it to be. Added a bunch of throttle.
See if the backcountry class is going to stay stacked how it is right now.
It's still anyone's game.
Yeah.
Phil or Jerry could be popping around.
All right, so Phil on screen right now. Keeping it low, staying in ground effect. Taking out the throttle.
Whoa.
Good over the line, yeah.
Oh, why roll out? Yeah, stop, buddy. Stop. You're going to give up most consistent, potentially. And if you give up most consistent, you could potentially give up grand champion.
Jerry Clemens on short final. Modulating the throttle, good over the line.
And it not the blop. My voice worked about as well as his reverse pitch propeller did just there. So that is going to wrap up the backcountry class, folks. Don't forget, it's the last chance to build that paper airplane. Right after this, we're going to do our little paper airplane contest. So go do that. You got to get ready for that. And it's time to go meet over by the bleachers and come onto the field. You'll be escorted, of course, so please don't rush the field. And we'll be back with the completion of the backcountry class here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2026 in just a few minutes. What's up, Av Geeks and Stole Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star Stole here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spore, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
Sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Kaniva.
Oh my goodness gracious. Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And welcome back, everybody, to Rocky Mountain Stole 2026. Let's give it up for the backcountry class, which was Huskies and one Cessna. Just wave if yeah, there we go. The one brave enough, the one Cessna pilot brave enough to fight all the angry dogs. Also, round of applause for Shelby. I was back there at the announcer booth. I didn't realize how sparkly. That's why I have to wear my shades right now. There's a lot of sparkles. All right, here we go. The top three in third place with a combined score of 355. Let's hear it for Brad Crawford. Oh, yeah, Shelby wants to yeah. In second place, and with a 110-foot landing, the second shortest of the day, 330 feet combined, second place, Phil Shearer. And just out in front with a combined score of 306, Jerry Clemens. Jerry, you didn't get out to practice yesterday. You had a long trip in. How do you pull out a win like that without? Is it just like because you practice all day, every day back at home at Stearman Field, or what's the secret?
My wife says I'm just lucky.
Well, what are your feelings about that?
I'm pretty much just lucky.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Let's hear it again for the backcountry class. Congratulations, guys. We are going to be right back with that paper airplane competition for all the kids. So go meet over there to get escorted on the field, and we'll do that in just a few minutes. You guys got to do a picture.
The largest STOL series in America, National STOL, is looking for participant pilots for their rookie class. If you're a current pilot and on the fence about joining the series, then listen to these first-time competitors and hear just what they had to say about joining the class.
They talk about this being a family. Everybody's got their own families at home, but out here, this is a tight-knit group and very, very supportive.
The best thing about National STOL is that anybody can fly and compete in this. I mean, you can take T-Crafts, you can take J3s, you can take Taylor Crafts, and you can come out here and have fun with the rest of these guys that are running $300,000, $400,000 aircraft, which is just freaking awesome. I mean, they have categories, but they need people, and that's one category which I'd love to see National STOL open up, but we need the people to be able to do it.
My name's Kelly Qualls. I am from Hot Springs, Arkansas. I'm flying a Carbon Cub CT-11-100. I got introduced into STOL, I guess, at the Oshkosh and Sun and Fun STOL demos. I had my pilot license since probably 2007, but there was about a decade I didn't fly at all. I got my tailwheel endorsement about last March, so I've flown tailwheel for a year. This is the first National STOL event I've been to as a competitor. I vowed I would never compete. I'm like, it's not for me. And I still say I'm not competing. I'm in the rookie class. I just kind of came here to figure out about how short on a standard day I can take off and land. And so if I come in first or last place, doesn't matter at all to me.
Dump those flaps, Kelly.
Over the line, nice and good. Thumbs up from Lexi.
Very good.
And that left main totally locked up. So that left side of the runway may be a little slippery.
Talk about what your goals are in aviation.
Well, right now, today, my goal was not to bust the airplane up and embarrass myself in front of everybody. So, you know, it was really fun. Like you said, my dad was a service member, a pilot. My brother was a military pilot. I did some community service with the police. I did some EMS service, you know, just always wanting to serve and do something for the community. But for the goal now is, I told my wife, I said, my airplane's too heavy. I can't slow it down. I can't stop. I said, well, it needs better brakes and lose weight. She goes, well, if you lose 20 pounds, you'll lose some weight off the airplane. There you go. So that's kind of my goal now. Is like, you guys warned us it'd get in our blood. So this was the first go. It's kind of addicting. I'm looking at how far is it to fly to this next gig.
With 10 stops around America each year, there is bound to be a National STOL event near you. Registration and signups are now open. Visit www.nationalstol.com for more information.
And folks, our paper airplane competition will get started here in just a moment. We're just working through some technical difficulties, but we'll be right back in just a moment.
And welcome back to Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. And it's time for the most heated competition of the day. It's time for the paper airplane competition. Not only do I have Shelby with me, I also have now a very famous bear. Smokey the bear is here to help, and Smokey's actually going to compete in the first run. We've got our young kids here, the 6 and unders. So let's get all lined up in a line. You've been very patient as we got this all set up for you. On the count of 3, we're going to throw as far as we can, and then we're going to go stand at our airplane, okay? Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, throw! Oh, okay. Go stand next to your plane. There's a white one that made it all the way over here. We're going to find out who the top 3 are. I think we've got 1, 2, and a tie for third. Excellent. Let's get a round of applause for our 6 and under competitors. We're going to come get you guys your medals and your... Okay. Who was our first place winner? Hi, nice job. You got first place. Do you mind telling everyone what your name is?
Elliot.
And can you tell me about your airplane? Oh, there's your medal. What's your favorite part about your airplane?
It's my favorite.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's hear it for first place winner. And then second place, I think we're back here, right? Hi, what's your name? Sage, and tell me about your airplane. You can pick it up if you want to. You have a pretty cool design. What was your favorite part about making it?
That paper airplane.
Yeah, pretty cool, right? And you have any? You just threw it really hard, right? Yeah, I just threw it really hard. All right, let's give it up for Sage, everybody. And then we had a tie for third. Okay, yeah, come on. I have enough cable here. Wow. Can you tell me what your name is? You're Silas. Nice job, Silas. And then oh, okay, related to there's a family win here. Nice job. Okay, good job. And then also, is it third? What was the other tied for third? The pink one over here. Okay. Girl power. Hey, tell me your name. Grace, nice airplane. What's your favorite part about it? You drew some hearts on it? Can I give you a high five? High five. Well, let's hear it for Grace as well. And we're going to get our next group, which is the 7, 8, and 9-year-olds. It looks like we got some big arms. We're going to be throwing. By the way, if anyone can hit that drone with the paper airplane, I'll give you $10 or something. He's starting to dodge. All right. Should we do it? Here we go. On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, throw! Oh, we got some. Go stand by your airplane. We got a real competition on our hands, and that drone did almost take one, I think. I don't think I can make it that far. Round of applause for our 7th, 8th, and 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. No, 7, 8, and 9-year-olds. See some really good designs over there. The man with the microphone. Come over. You got to say hi to everybody. Okay, you got to tell me what place you got. First of all, what place did you get?
Third.
Third place. What's your name?
Maddie Moses.
And tell me about your airplane. I don't know. It's pointy. It worked for you. High fives? Cool. All right. Who's next? What place did you get?
Second.
Second place. Okay. And you went with the pointy design as well. And your name is?
Ruby Holmes.
Ruby. Nice job, Ruby. And then who are my first place over here? What's your name, bud?
Cosmo.
And tell me about your airplane. You went really pointy.
I don't know how to say it.
That's all right. It's really cool. Let's give a round of applause for these 7, 8, and 9-year-olds. They got to take a picture real quick. And then it's time for our 10 and ups. I think they're all lined up there. Again, if you can hit the drone, you'll owe someone $4,000, but I will give you 10. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm just standing right. Okay, yeah, here, let's do it. I got the microphone. We're just talking right through. It's great television. All right, let's do it. All right, here we go for the 10 plus. In 3, 2, 1, throw! Oh, we've got some real distance on that pink one over there. Looks like we've got a pink one and like maybe 2 white ones. What a throw. You can tell the older kids have been doing their sports practice. The man with the microphone. Come on over here, buddies. All right, so you got to tell me, we got to know your name and then also like what your secret design was. So first, I'll start with you. What place did you get?
Third.
Third place. And what's your name?
Tucker Smith.
Tucker, great job. And tell me about your airplane.
I used the needle technique.
The needle technique. That's the name for it. I love it. Okay, great job. High fives. Awesome. All right, next up, you got the Goldie, the Warrior plane sticker. What's your name?
Mark.
Mark, what place did you get?
First.
First place, and tell me about your design.
I made it look like a jet.
You made it look like a jet, and I want to just tell people, they can't see it here, it says speed on the side. That's how you know it's going to go fast. And it's got flames. How can you go wrong with flames? You can't go wrong with flames. And then come on over here, bud. What's your name?
River.
River, and you got second place? Tell me about your design.
I don't really know.
I don't know. You just hurled it. Just threw it. All right, let's hear for these 10-plus-year-olds here. What a fun time. We got a picture. We got to take a picture. And Mrs. Wyoming's got y'all lined up. She's taking care of your medals and stuff, making sure you look good. All right, everybody, we'll be back in just a minute with the next class of competition. Another round of applause for the kids. What a fun show. We'll be back in just a minute.
Craft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738. And our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
Good morning. My name's Pat McIntyre. I'm a pilot from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm flying the Badlands Traveler, designed by Clint Busenitz. This one was a build assist with Jared Garrettson. I fly the Badlands Traveler because it'll cruise 130 miles an hour. It'll stall about 25 miles an hour, and it'll carry 1,000, 1,100 pounds of useful load, and it'll carry it really well. It takes off great when it's heavy. It flies slow when it's heavy. It's just a great all-around airplane. The Badlands Traveler, the magic behind this airplane is this wing that Clint designed. It's the most stable wing I've ever flown on any tailwheel, Cub, backcountry, STOL type airplane. It just feels rock solid, even all the way down, flying slow in the 30s, even upper 20s. Obviously, we've added slats to this one. I'm not sure Clint's the biggest fan of that, although he's flown it a few times with slats. But it's just a great performer. Absolutely, just almost a dream airplane for me, and I love getting to fly it every day.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights,
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. And we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
And folks, welcome back to Rocky Mountain STOL. It is,
dude. I just jogged back from that paper airplane competition, and I'm in like medium to poor shape. Right, I've been working out a little bit. I've been trying to get some cardio in. I am gassed from just like walking fast.
Dude, I am gassed.
There's no oxygen to breathe up here.
Nope. Just walking is taxing sometimes.
Yeah, how do you guys do it here in Wyoming? Woof. Anyway, we should probably talk about the results of that class, not my poor lung capacity.
Yeah, the conclusion of the backcountry class, which was awesome. I mean, once again, it was the Husky class all over again. But I like that scenery. The scenery is really nice. It's super beautiful. I mean, we can't say it enough out here. All right, backcountry class. In first place, Jerry Clemens with a combined total of 306. Second place, Phil Shearer with a combined total of 330. Third place, Brad Crawford, 355. Fourth place, Robbie, I don't know where that came from, Bobby Druin, 487. Fifth place, Clayton Wheaton, 687. Sixth place, Brett Kobe with a combined total of 944 feet. And yeah.
What a show. I mean, what an absolute show in the backcountry class. And I want to give special shout out to Brett Kobe for just being brave enough to fight the Huskies all by himself, just alone. One Cessna stands alone against all the angry dogs. So good for him.
Yeah, he did so well. He was talking about getting a new engine for that airplane at some point.
I mean, I think based on what we've seen with the Cessna 170 Bravo over the course of the last 6 years of National STOL, like, put a little extra, few extra ponies in the stable up front, and that thing's a massive competitor, and he's a good stick. Like, based on the landing distance he was doing, just an absolutely excellent pilot. So we're headed over into another one of our kind of combined classes right now. We're going to be merging sport and Cub class in this heat, and then also Cub and Adventure class. So Cub's kind of straddling a couple different classes. In the Sport class, you're going to see David Curley duke it out against Doug Tolbert. It's a 2017 Just Highlander versus a 1996 Kit Fox 4 Classic. You can see them right there out in front. And then over in the Adventure class, which will be the next bit of run, you're going to see Eric Massey in the FX3, Mike Babcock in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, and also in a 2025 Badlands Traveler, Ronnie Sainer. And this Adventure class, which you'll see coming up soon, is brought to you by Aero Endeavor, which is really appreciate their support. Also mixed in there, you're going to see the Cub class. And the Cub class, you're going to see Tyler Abbott in a Super Cub, Michael Sisk in a PA-18 Super Cub, and Ryan Melendez in a 1954 Piper Super Cub, affectionately known as Goldie. So we'll keep track of all this, but first of all, you've got the Sport class. And right in front of us, Cam, is a tall green airplane.
Yeah, the Grasshopper. I love how on the right side, it'd be Curly's left side, but on the right side of the cowling, you've got that bump for the supercharger for that Rotex 912. Such a cool airplane. He's got a lot of attention to detail into this bird, and I've seen it kind of like change from like 2020 all the way to now, and it's a beast of a bird now.
So that's right, folks. That's race number 11 from Spicewood, Texas. Give it up for Dave Curley. He's also got that supercharged Rotax up front, and love the party mode lights that he can activate on that airplane. Super, super cool.
Up next, from Idaho Falls, Idaho, in a 1996 Kit Fox 4 Classic, race 96, Doug Tolbert.
Pay attention to this Kit Fox 4. It is kind of like the beginning of the experimental move into backcountry airplanes. It's got a little bit of a shorter wing. You can look, it doesn't have a ton of chord on that wing, but the most defining feature of it is the flaperons. Flaperons are a combined control surface that is flaps and ailerons combined. They droop down to provide flap actuation, and then they also work like normal ailerons. A lot of roll control, roll authority at slow speeds in the Kit Fox. This one's going to be a little bit faster, though, compared to the newer ones. Like, you think about the Freedom Fox, Dave Rose airplane, formerly Trent Palmer's airplane. Like, that was an STI with a lot of big, beefy STOL wing. This one is a little bit tighter, probably a little faster in cruise as well. It's also just a smaller fuselage than those Series 7 Super Sports. So that is the Sport class, and flying with them will also be the Cub class.
And from Palma Valley, California, in a 1954 Piper Super Cub, race number 222, Ryan Melendez.
So this actually, Cam, is going to be Tyler Abbott, who's going to be flying Ryan Melendez's plane in this first heat, and then Ryan is going to switch into the aircraft and fly in the next heat.
Okay.
So, but still Goldie, still a massively restored Super Cub that Ryan restored. It's also a former tow aircraft, like Banner tow aircraft. And so what was impressive is there's a little bit of a fight between Tyler Abbott and Ryan Melendez. They've got voracious and aggressive fans in the chat, and I'm wondering if we'll see them come battle it out in a war of words online while these two compete.
Okay. In the 1953 PA-18 Super Cub, race number 28, Michael Sisk.
I don't know a ton about Michael Sisk. He's a newcomer to the day. Like, he literally rolled in this morning and, and attended the briefing and put down the credentials, and he's ready to fight. So he's going to fly against all these other pilots right now. Really excited. You see the moose on the side of that thing?
Yeah.
So he's got to be a good STOL pilot. He's got a moose painted on the side of his airplane, right? So PA-18 Super Cub, I mean, this is the quintessential backcountry airplane, and I'm really excited to see him fly it.
Yeah, it's gonna. You can't. It's just so good to see a yellow airplane.
Yeah, you gotta love a yellow airplane, and that's like Cubs are supposed to be yellow, although Super Cubs traditionally were like white and red.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I'll mention is that this airplane does have 160 horsepower. It's got a 1,220 pound empty weight, and it's rocking 31-inch bush wheels on it. So also rocking Alaska airframe suspension too. So it's definitely modded from like a bone stock Super Cub.
Yeah.
But the most exciting story we can tell you right now is, you know, we are keeping tabs on the weather off to the west there. Because there is some weather to the west, look what we finally have.
Some wind.
We got some wind, baby.
Yeah.
So hold on to your hats. It feels like it's going to be coming through nice and strong. And if I'm Dave Curley, I am excited about the wind that's going to be coming through the race course right now. And we've gone from winds calm to 14 gusting 18 knots. This is what we want to see in National STOL. This is more what we're used to. And this might be what you locals call it getting a little western. I think it might be getting a little western for a little bit here. Humidity's dropping. It's definitely nice and cool. And it is starting to blow. So look at this. You got Dave Curley up on the line there. And that is nice and short. Again, this plane is already super light. Add a little wind and you are in luck. We've got enough wind that things are blowing over in the announcer stand already. We've gone from winds calm to 18 knots here. Okay, next up, Doug Tolbert and the Kit Fox 4. This wind is going to help him a lot. Remember, he's got a lot less lift on the wings. Wow, look at that. It is getting a little aeronautical out here.
That is very true. Up next, Tyler Abbott. I'll say his name right this time. I think, is Ryan Melendez sitting in the back seat? Either way, there in Goldie. Coming up. He's off taking advantage of this wind, which we're so glad to have right now.
I'm feeling a little chilly.
I had to put my jacket back on, or my fleece line hoodie, actually.
By the way, folks, we just found out that someone found a hearing aid here at Rocky Mountain STOL. So if you're on site and if you lost a hearing aid, head over to the National STOL booth.
Getting that tail up. Plane is ready to fly when he was. Tyler Abbott with a 195-foot takeoff. Michael Sisk with 189 feet. So they are pretty close, especially with this nice gust front moving through. David Curley on screen right now in a Grasshopper. You can see he's battling these conditions. You see his elevator moving in the back. Just nursing his way down. And ooh, nice burble across the line.
And even with that application of power, look how short he's able to stop. One,
yeah,
sport class, right? Sport class doing sport class things, but two, with all that wind, you could afford to add that power to get over the line because you got a lot pushing on the nose.
Absolutely. And then Doug Tolbert in the Kit Fox 4 Classic. Yeah, you can see he's battling out there too. It's a lot of work to have to battle that. Oh, more power. Yeah, he's good across the line. Got it nice and stopped. So David Curley stopped 208 feet. Doug Tolbert. Get his score in just a moment as Tyler Abbott is on screen now. 204 feet for that landing for Doug Tolbert. So his combined total is 370. And Goldie is just floating out there. There's those pistol flaps are putting in that work right now. Good across the line. Nice and easy. You can see those tires shimming just a little bit, and the brakes locked up. Yeah, that's very cool. It helps that Goldie's just a great looking aircraft.
So, I was going to say, Cam, things are continuing to get quite aeronautical out here. It's nice and windy. It's what we love here. And they are going to taxi back for their second run in just a minute. But first, we have one more airplane that's still hovering off in the distance. Look at those flappy dappies hanging down there. The old barn door action. And you can get a really low ground speed. You typically have a higher ground speed this high up.
Right.
But now we can lower it back down with a little wind on the nose. So very happy about that. So a couple updates we're hearing over the Airboss frequency. One, earlier, Cam, we heard Dave Curley call that it's a little bumpy up there, but really good conditions for STOL flying.
Nice.
Look at that landing.
Yeah. Yeah, right in front of us.
Yeah, well done. Absolutely well done. And then the other thing we just heard is that based on how the conditions are evolving right now, Tyler Abbott has decided that he's going to dismount from Goldie and pass the controls over to Ryan Melendez, who's been with him in the back seat. So Ryan Melendez has been helping him learn this time through, and so there's obviously a little bit of a disadvantage there, right? Like 2 brains are nice, but that extra weight of the extra passenger can add up to things. And so it sounds like Tyler Abbott's going to just get the 1 run in, and then Ryan Melendez is going to start flying his runs now in the Cub class. After the first run of the Sport and Cub classes, Dave Curley out in front with a combined score of 208, a massive amount of room for Doug Tolbert to catch up. He's at a combined score of 370. Michael Sisk out in front, 301 in front of Tyler Abbott, 486. But that's just the first run.
Yeah. And you can see on screen we've got the best landings of the day. And David Curley, #1 with 93 feet.
Woo-wee!
Yeah, that is.
Nice one, Curley.
He's bringing the tail up right now. You can see those Behringer wheels. So happy to see this front, even though it is a little cool for my taste.
Next up, Doug Tolbert. And even he is off in the Kit Fox 4. And I'm not trashing the Kit Fox 4. It's just like it's a different airplane, right? He's off around 127, it looks like, Cam.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good.
And you think about that airplane was first released in the early 90s. How much advancements, like the technological advancements that have been made since then in the last almost 40 years.
Yeah, aviation advancements are wild. Then you think about the engines, and they're all like mostly air cooled. And your car's probably got like your car definitely has a higher tech engine in it than a lot of these aircraft.
So now Goldie flown by Ryan Melendez, and look at that. I can't decide if that was, hey, Tyler, these conditions are a little outside Tyler's comfort zone, or hey, I want that wind. Get out of there, Tyler. I want this wind. It's my turn to fly. That's exactly what Ryan Melendez sounds like, by the way.
Yep, exactly.
Next up, Michael Sisk, the redneck hunter. Whoa, graceful.
Yes.
Can you butter a takeoff? I always think of landing as buttering, but can you butter a takeoff? Because that definitely felt like buttered. Well buttered. Dave Curley, 87-foot takeoff. Woof.
Ridiculous.
129 for Doug Tolbert, which is substantially shorter. 166 was his first run. And we're getting a little intel. We're getting a little intel on the chat. People that do have access to the Airboss frequency because of the nationalstol.com/fans are letting others know that the pilots are reporting rain on the south on the Airboss frequency. So,
oh, wow.
So I'm guessing that would be on like the western side, like the departure end of the pattern, south and west of here.
Yeah, there's definitely weather here. It is cool. It has cooled down a lot.
Yeah, it got cold.
Curley out there battling on short final.
Look at this.
Stable.
Look at that. And we have a new shortest landing of the day.
Yes.
Oh, Dave Curley. It's time for him to turn on that party mode light. He's got a party on that one.
Up next, Doug Tolbert. He's just out there kit foxing.
Kit foxing. Kit fox maxing? Kit
Yes.
maxing. Fox maxing. Look at that. It's right around 127 feet.
Yeah, just right here in front of the booth.
It is windy enough that the air bosses are holding their tent down. Ours seems fine, question mark? Wait, not question mark, just question.
Yeah, nah, we're good.
So this should be Ryan Melendez now coming in Goldie.
Yeah, you can just see how windy it is. Even if you can't see the feathered flags, you can just tell by the way that that Super Cub is just floating down ever so gently.
The question I have is, as I look to the southwest right now, ooh, landing with the brakes locked up. What's wild is he's not competing against Doug. He's not, sorry, too excited. He's not competing against Dave Curley. But that was almost a Dave Curley landing. Yeah. Like sport class, Cub class, it's not apples to apples. The Cubs are a lot heavier, right? And like he's putting down numbers like that. Now here comes Mike Sisk.
So the best landings of the day. So David Curley, 48 feet. Ryan Melendez, 73 feet.
Oh, yeah, that's 1.5 F-14 Tomcats.
Yeah.
Look at Sisk. Look at Sisk. Oh, good.
Yeah.
A little bit on the left side of the course there. That'll make it easier to grade, I think.
Nice. All right. So, yeah, I mean, he's right here in front of the booth. That's going to be around that 125 mark.
And there's a sense of urgency here on the field to keep getting the wind while we can, because like I was mentioning, you look down to the southwest, it's kind of clear again. So we're like, I feel like we're just getting a little bit off this weather system that's moving to the west of the field.
Yep.
Everyone wants a piece of it. While they do that, they taxi back around. We talk about our friends at Tundra Tailwheel. If you're fed up with tailwheel shimmy, looking for a sleeker design and added security of a locking tailwheel, proudly made in America, Tundra Tailwheel delivers exactly what you need. Join the countless ranks of STOL champions who trust, that's a true statement, by the way, who trust Tundra Tailwheels. The products are now compatible with Leaf Spring, T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com. And it's time for more sport class action. Dave Curley lifting that tail up right as the gust comes down the runway. Woo! Oh, we've got a sub, what is that, probably 60 feet, Cam?
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Goodness gracious. Folks, don't forget, it's almost time. We're about 2 or 3 heats away from the end of the competition today. The dramatic conclusion with the Unlimited class, all the fire-breathing aircraft.
Ooh.
And you got to get your votes in unless you're waiting for the Unlimited class. Vote.nationalstol.com for the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award. Look at that. Buttered it off. That sounded weird, but it
buttered it
off the ground. The other thing you got to do, folks, is if you want to get in on that one-wheel raffle, if you're here in Pinedale, that's a thing you can do as well. Go check that out. Enter that one-wheel raffle. You got a little bit of time for that still before that wraps up.
nice view of Ryan Melendez's sponsors. Let's see, brings that tail up with precision.
Oh, he's rocking those, and that was a question earlier today, Cam. We should talk about those flaps when he's on. Let's wait for Michael to take off. We can talk about those flaps.
Yes.
It's a unique style of flap. There's a lot of money. I looked up. I was like, oh, how much are those? It's an investment. It's an investment in performance for sure.
Michael Sisk making the Super Cup look great. Storm moving through.
Yeah, man, look how dramatic the mountains look. I mean, I love the mountains here in Wyoming, but my favorite time is when the mountains are covered in clouds like that. Like, it just looks so cool. I've got a picture from the Tetons last year after Rocky Mountain STOL that just looks bonkers. Whoops. I said it again. Here comes Dave Curley on extended final with these wins. Friends, you should learn about EarthX batteries, by the way. EarthX lithium batteries are 80% lighter than lead-acid batteries, manufactured in the USA, and are known for their reliability, safety, and longevity. They last 2 to 3 times longer than traditional batteries. Thank you so much for your support, EarthX. Dave Curley, good over the line, dropping it and stopping it. Oh, with a little slide to the finish. That was cool.
That was, yes.
You understand why they call it the Grasshopper. Check out those Behringer wheels on that airplane, too.
Look pretty darn good.
A little Christmassy.
Yeah, the red and the green. Ooh. Nice 2-airplane shot right there on camera.
Yeah, that is a cool shot. Kit Fox leading a Super Cup.
Yeah, kind of looks like just hanging out in the backcountry, watching your friends fly in.
Yep. Land on a mountaintop, have some coffee.
Yeah.
Or go hunting.
Yeah.
Maybe do some fly fishing. Oh, well planted.
Nice.
Keep it straight. There we go. Left rudder. Perfect. Ooh. Little sporty at the end there, but he got it figured out. That's a situation where if you didn't have the headwind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just a little bit, it helps a little bit. Look at that. Now we got Cubs on Cubs. We got Ryan Melendez leading in
Michael
Sisk.
Yeah. Golding's looking great.
Look at those flaps.
Yeah, very leaf-like.
You don't get a lot of span on the flaps in a Super Cub. It's mostly aileron.
Oh, yes.
He's got those P-stole or like Fowler style flaps. I'm not even going to react to how short that was. You can say it too. We could have like a dueling bonkers count. Oh, man, I just added one to mine, but you know.
You just used one.
I just used one up.
But yes, those P-stole flaps. Pretty cool addition to that aircraft. As you can see, they're a little bit different than Michael Sisk. He has the conventional flaps that you would have on a Super Cub. Yeah, P-stole flaps allow a little bit more air through them.
Versus just like a big old flat thing.
Yeah.
Plop.
Which still works great.
Yeah, I mean, look at how it's working for Sisk. Why is he not stopping Michael? Michael, stop. Sisk, what are we doing?
Oh.
He cannot be the most consistent pilot of the day now. I'm not sure what happened there. So that is going to tidy up the first heat of what we're calling the Foxtrot heat, but this is how far we are into the competition. Dave Curley and Doug Tolbert in the sport class, 135 and 274. Tyler Abbott with the single run, 486. Michael Sisk down at 301. And look at the numbers coming in for Ryan Melendez so far. I think he's got one more run to do technically with this next heat. He's down at 165. He's going to be joined by the adventure class. These airplanes are a little more hardcore. It looks like we're waiting for them to spool up. In the adventure class, you're going to see the Badlands Travelers duke it out with a Carbon Cub, Cub Crafters Carbon Cub FX3.
And from Palma Valley, California, the 1954 Piper Super Cub, race number 222, Ryan Melendez.
So here comes Ryan Melendez. You've seen him flying, but we wanted to make sure you got a formal introduction to him. He is just a great, great competitor. One thing we haven't talked a lot about today is his nonprofit, Warriors with Wings, known for their strong community presence, helping out kids who are fighting cancer, giving them access to aviation as another way to look forward to some stuff while they're going through some other stuff.
Yeah.
So you can go to warriorswithwings.com to learn more about that. And again, the adventure class sponsored on a national level by Aero Endeavors and Skytrax. Thank them for their support. Also, this adventure class sponsored locally by White Pine Adventure Inn. So it's the adventure class brought to you locally by the White Pine Adventure Inn. And here come the other adventure class competitors, making a bunch of dust over there as they get out of the pits.
From Anchorage, Alaska, in a 2022 Cub Crafters FX3, race number 82, Eric Massey.
Eric Massey's flying this FX3 really well this season. This is like, if you're looking for one of the most quintessential bush planes you can buy in a modern level, you know, you got your Legend Cubs, you got your Cub Crafters, and this one is you build or assist. You go up to Cub Crafters and you build it with them, like homing IO 360 on the front.
And from Cottage Grove, Oregon, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 8, Mike Babcock.
We've watched Mike Babcock grow as a pilot over and over and over. He's just always pushing the limits. Yesterday in practice, this aircraft had 2 dead sticks as they were working out some engine issues. It is the bleeding edge of innovation, powered by Aero Endeavors that built the Yamaha engine on it. They've got the engine management system, wheel and brake system. They are using that aircraft as a platform to innovate, and they're pushing the limit every single time.
Speaking of Aero Endeavors, from Hayden, Idaho, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 14, Ronnie Sainer.
Ronnie Sainer's also flying that Badlands Traveler. There's a lot of Aero Endeavors innovation on that airplane as well. Check out the way the shocks compress when he's under heavy braking. It looks so cool. Airplane's got the stock Yamaha Sidewinder.
Stock.
I mean, stock is not right, maybe the way to say it, but so it's only making 200 horsepower. That's a lot of horsies, right?
Oh my goodness.
But it's still making a ton of horsepower. It's just not the 600 horsepower or something that Mike Babcock's plane has.
Yeah.
So kind of 2 ways to solve the same problem by the same company as they experiment with this Badlands Traveler design. We're going to talk more about the Badlands Traveler during the Unlimited class. So here's Ryan Melendez, Cub class. Picking that tail up nice and high.
Yes.
I feel like that was 100 feet.
It was very solid.
Next up, Eric Massey in the FX3.
Good looking FX3. Just bringing that tail up. Woo! Sub 125. Yeah. The wind has not given up. And we are taking full advantage of it.
All right. Now, this thing is absolutely insane. Listen to the way it sounds, all the fire breathing action they've done on it.
Oh!
Sub 50 feet, that thing is rip roaring. You can always hear it, the blow off valves and everything. Like, it is just making power on power.
Ronnie Sainer coming up to the line. Still got that crazy fire breathing sound from that aircraft as well.
Definitely not getting the power that he wanted.
Yeah.
Initially out of that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a shorter takeoff than we saw during practice from Ronnie on that.
Should have Ryan Melendez on final now. It's just always good to see that aircraft floating how it does with these windy conditions.
So we're getting some updates right now. Ryan is going to land, and then they're going to swap Tyler back in. So it sounds like Ryan was just like, I want to make sure to get my runs, bro.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going on with the
Nothing
weather.
wrong with that, man.
But that is what they're waiting. Look at that. Heavy brakes right around 110, 105 feet for Ryan Melendez.
Okay, yeah. Kudos to Mr. Abbott for letting Ryan just take advantage of that win, and hopefully he gets some too.
Eric Massey now coming in on final approach in that FX3. It is absolutely, I don't know if you could be more composed in these conditions. You know what I mean? Look at him keeping that wing down into the crosswind and stopping.
It just looks like a non-event despite what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, checking out the weather right now. We are, friends, it is getting gusty out here. Our max gust now has been 19.83 knots. Currently about 7.5 knots holding, especially if you look at the windsock. Here's Babcock holding the tail on the ground, hold it off. Whoa, big power to get him over the line. Plopping it down, saved it. You can touch the tail wheel before the line. That is A-OK. And that's what having 600 some odd horsepower can do. You get into that area where you're like, uh-oh, the wing's running out of lift. I'm running out of altitude. Just to give it a little bit of go juice. All right, Ronnie Sainer Power, angle of attack, and look at the crunch. Look at the crunch. Oh, nearly cut some blades on that one.
Not at all. Yeah. It's kind of funny when you guys run up there like that.
So that, man, things are moving fast now. Everyone wants access to this wind as we have it. And all the people that flew earlier today are going, what? They want to come back out. So we're going to keep you updated as well as possible as we go through here. But right now, and it's windy, and thank you for joining me. It's been a while since I've seen you. It's Carrie Bollock in the stand. Hello. What do you think of all this? How do you like the wind? You're used to it.
I'm used to it.
It's nice to have a little wind on the nose for the airplanes.
Absolutely. I bet they're excited for it.
So we've got a couple planes flying, but we've been talking, Carrie, all day about how it takes a village to put on an event like this. And you've got a couple folks that we want to recognize kind of in between the airplanes here. So we'll let Ryan take off here.
Okay.
And then we can kind of talk a little bit of all the folks that have helped. Here's Ryan. See where the judges see that was Tyler now. See, they're flipping planes back and forth, and I get very confused. Stay with us, folks. Everyone wants a bite of the wind. We're going to get blown away, Carrie.
I mean, I might be blown to my house right across the street.
It's windy enough that it knocked over our weather station. Eric Massey off around 110 feet. Mike Babcock coming. You can tell they're going fast, and we'll chat in a second. Mike Babcock pulling up to the line. Mike Babcock's takeoff last run, by the way, folks, 48 feet. And that is going to be, I think, maybe even shorter. You guys have a lot of snowmobiles up here, Carrie, and
we do.
We just throw that's a snowmobile engine on that plane. It legit
crazy.
is, yeah.
That's legit a snowmobile plane.
Yeah, this one too, actually. Snowmobile Yamaha Sidewinder. Throw that, they just pull it out of a snowmobile. I'm sure they buy it in a crate, but they pull it out of a snowmobile and they throw it on the front. Ronnie Sainer, much better than last time. Airplane doing what he wanted from. Okay, Carrie, talk to me. Talk to me with all the folks that have helped bring this together.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here today. And thank you for everyone for coming out. This has been amazing watching everything. I want to give a big shout out. So for those of you that don't know, I'm representing 102.7 The Peak. I'm a radio show host over there, and I just wanted to come and bring some sponsors out and say a big thank you to them, right? All right, so here at the Green River level at $5,000 sponsors, we have Genuine Aircraft Hardware, a family-owned company keeping planes in the sky since 1984. They have a motto that says, "How can we help you keep them in the sky?" Next up, we have the town of Pinedale, Pinedale Travel and Tourism. This is the one with ongoing support of the airport manager, Riley Wilson. We've been able to build a setup and safety plan that keeps our event running smoothly. And of course, Emblem Aviation LLC, John and Angela Douglas. Man, what would we do without them, right?
What would we do without them? Here's Tyler Abbott skidding to a stop right in front of us there. Yeah, Angela, I mean, obviously the Douglases, like, whoa.
Absolutely. Love them.
So Tyler Abbott's going to taxi off the runway, and off in the distance, it looks like Eric Massey's hovering in, probably about 30 seconds out with this wind. He's going to hover it like helicopter style.
This is impressive.
This is what they always want. And that's why they like coming up here, because it gets a little, what do you guys call it? It gets a little western up here?
A little western, that's right.
Nice one by Eric Massey. Well managed. I mean, just
beautiful.
Sub 100. I mean, that's ultra impressive.
They're like kids in a at a playground right now. Next up will be Babcock, followed by Sainer in the Badlands. Again, they are competing against Eric Massey. Ryan Melendez is done now. He got his runs in. He switched. That was something in all the kind of like mayhem of the wind and stuff. Tyler Abbott switched back into his airplane to finish out his runs. And that was a scratch I'm hearing from race control for Eric Massey as well. Okay, here comes Mike Babcock. A lot of power on tap. Now we've seen that bite him, and you can see there he's holding it right on the edge of the wing. He's got to modulate it there. Keep the airplane straight, Mike. There we go. Keep it straight. Nicely done on the rudder. What did we just see?
Wow.
Lexi's calling it good. Happy with that one. Yeah, he's giving it the fist bumps. I was getting callbacks though, Cam, to a couple events ago.
Yeah.
Where he was holding it like that and the wing fell out and he didn't have the rudder to hold it. I think the steady winds probably saved him there.
I think so.
But it worked out for him in the end. Ronnie Sainer. I love the way that thing squats.
Woo!
These guys are making it exciting for us today. Okay, we got a minute while they taxi around here and get ready for the next run. There's more. There's even, I mean, this list is
We have
immense.
over 25 different sponsors for this. Can you
So
believe
many
it?
people coming out to support STOL. It's so
Absolutely amazing. I want to give you a big shout out to just everybody that took time to sponsor National STOL and Rocky Mountain STOL here today. We thank you all for taking that time and the money and everything that is put into this, all the hard work. So just thank you so much.
They're getting back around. Our weather station's been propped back up. That's what we come to National STOL for, right? Is to have it windy enough that things fall over. So now our peak gust still maxed out at just under 20 knots. Currently winds at 13 knots. To put that in perspective, folks, if it were a crosswind, like a direct crosswind, 15 knots is where the Cessna 172 pilot operating handbook says, easy, Tiger. It doesn't actually say that, but it says that's the max demonstrated crosswind. We don't have a full crosswind right now. It's more of like a quartering crosswind from the right. Eric Massey. Very clean. Now, this is where, if I'm honest, I'm just being honest with everybody, I start to feel a little nervous because Mike Babcock likes to throw it all out on the line, and we saw him do it last run, and I want him to just keep that solid run.
Yeah.
That was a 30. That may be a warning from the judges for cutting the end off the course there. He should be not exceeding the final feather flag on the end, and he was well outside of it, so I'm sure race control and the judges will be, he's already been issued a warning for that on takeoff. His numbers, though, on the run, too, friends, a 34-foot takeoff, bonkers, 33-foot landing, double bonkers, 67 feet combined. That is stupid.
That is insane.
We'll see what they do about this next run. Meanwhile, Ronnie Sainer, that's what he was looking for the whole time.
I've got a couple more people I want to thank real quick. The Roseman Wagner Wealth Management, Obo's Market in Delhi, White Pine Adventure Inn. I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you. And again, thank you to all of the sponsors out here at National STOL today.
And that's just scratching the surface. Like you said, there's so many different
25
25 total supporters. I don't know if there's any event nationwide that we do that has that much support from the local community. So many names that people that come out and just really support, and never mind the community. Like,
that's Wyoming for you.
I feel like we got. I mean, I hope this doesn't come out across the wrong way. I feel like we like the whole town of Pinedale here.
Yes and no.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Everyone's come out for this, and that's really cool to see.
And I even got Mrs. Wyoming out there. Like, I mean, everyone is here, truly.
Yeah, love it. Tyler Abbott working for it.
Beautiful.
There's that moment. It's so interesting, right? You can feel when the wings start to drop. Your instinct as a pilot is to throw stick into it, to roll out of it, but it makes it worse. That's why when Babcock was coming, I was just shouting rudder as if he can hear me. But like, that's what you got to do. It's kind of, and you saw Tyler learning that, right, with Melendez right behind him. Eric Massey now. Ooh, close to the line. I think Lexi's calling that one too close for her to call. We'll have to go back to the replay for that one. Here we go into the slow motion. Oh, it's getting dark out too with the weather coming. I think they're going to call that a scratch for that right main touchdown on the line. And here's Babcock lower this time. Oh, did he make it over? He did not.
No.
But that would have been, he did that perfectly, right? He did that perfectly. It would have been over the line. That would have been like a 10-foot landing or something.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, well before the line, unfortunately. But how can you be mad about that after a 33-foot landing? Oh, that's something. I don't even know. I feel like adventure class is almost like the new unlimited. Don't tell the unlimited pilots I said that.
I won't.
Here comes Ronnie Sainer. Working the belly pod. Oh, had to gas it over the line. That's going to hurt the final score. Watching it in the replay there. So it's funny, right? That aircraft, 200 horsepower on max boost mode. It's, quote, a stock Yamaha Sidewinder with the Aero Endeavors Firewall Forward kit. Weighs about 1,150 pounds. It's got an 80-inch three-blade prop on that thing. What an insane, both of those aircraft, just insane. They're like a layer of innovation on top of what we're going to see next in the Unlimited class. We've got a few minutes now as people reset for the Unlimited class. I don't know if there's, if you want to, we'll list some of these other sponsors that we were saying. There's so many. How can we ever mention them? We might have a few minutes to mention them right now.
We do have a few more minutes. First off, I just want to thank all of the community for coming out and supporting STOL. I think that's a big portion of it too, right?
Huge.
So,
yeah, we wouldn't be here without you folks. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. We have a few more here too. Sublette County Recreation Board and Grant. We've got Ridley's Family Market, Rocky Mountain Power Sports, Black Mountain Rental, Country Lane Gas and Grocery, Obo's Market and Deli. I mean, the list just continues to go on.
So many, so many.
We've got a couple more here, too, we can throw out. We've got Precision Air Power. We've got Continental Aerospace Technologies.
That's a huge one.
That is a big one, right?
They're like, what?
Yeah.
The first-year sponsor, that you can visit their vendor booth over there, and you can meet them and see the new Titan engine.
That's pretty cool to go check out an engine. And that's very popular in this community, that engine.
Why is that?
It's just good.
It's just good?
It's just
It's
good.
just good. I like it. It's just good. We have a couple more we can mention here, too. We've got White Bear Creations, Pinedale Auto Supply Napa, Joy in the Winds, and Kendall Valley Lodge.
Yeah, what an amazing amount of support. Again, I hope I don't sound too much like I'm gushing. But it's just really great to have it. I mean, you can't bring an event like this to any of these places around the country without that kind of support. And so to come up into the mountains and have open arms like that is truly incredible.
Absolutely. And let's give another shout out to Backcountry Super Clubs. First year sponsor, designs and manufactures experimental aircraft featuring and leading edge slats and factory engines. You probably know more about that than I do, but
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, we could teach about slats. I thought you knew. I thought last time we hung out, you knew.
I want to be a pilot. I do.
Yeah,
I want to be in this competition. I'm working my way there.
Okay, you're doing training and stuff now?
I'm not quite yet, but my husband said I need to get to work a little bit more so I can afford a plane myself.
Okay, fair, I guess. No, because I feel like last time we were talking, you knew a lot about the airplane stuff. So.
Absolutely, I love it so much, and I like watching it here in Wyoming too, because I feel like it gives another challenge with their elevation and weather, and it's just fun and it's exciting for me.
We've been talking about the local sponsors. Let's also talk about our national sponsors real quick, folks. First of all, we've got our friends at Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Flying Eyes, don't forget that coupon code, Legend Aircraft, ICOM Radios, Skytrax and Aero Endeavors, you just saw them flying. Garrettson Aviation, you're going to see them fly in a second. Lift Aviation, Badlands STOL Aircraft, Moza Racing, EarthX Batteries, Tundra Tailwheels, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, and Red Tag Art. Red Tag Art makes our trophies at the end of the season.
I want to give a shout out too to 307 Air Rescue, first year sponsor coming in. They deliver high quality evidence-based critical care transport to rural communities across Wyoming and beyond. That's a big one.
That is huge.
Yeah.
So we've got the unlimited class, folks. Now it's the last heat, and things are going to get, dare I say, maybe more insane?
Western. That's how you say it.
Maybe more Western? Maybe more bonkers. Cam, who's up front?
From Wasilla, Alaska, in the 2022 PA-12, race number 907, Nathan Rehak.
Nathan Rehak coming all the way down from Alaska. Huge deal. He was just at the STOL demo, very prestigious to be invited.
Yeah.
Many of our pilots have done that. He was at the STOL demo at the largest air show in the world in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Got to see him fly there. Really puts on a great show. This airplane is not your daddy's or your granddaddy's PA-12. He's done a lot of work to it, including those P-STOL Fowler-style flaps, big old Kato prop on the front, and the big bush wheels. And that thing may be actually louder than the Sonic Rebel we saw earlier flying today. So watch your ears.
And next up, from Elko, Nevada, in the 2024 Badlands Vaquero, race number 3, Hal Stockman.
Hal Stockman is he's the best. Let's just be real. He's the most famous man on the internet, not on the internet. And this airplane, powered by a Rotax 916, very different approach from something like a Titan engine. And it has canards on the front. So look at those little tiny stubby wings on the front. They add lift to make the nose go even higher to allow him to have better control without adding weights to the tail.
Up next, from Manhattan, Kansas, in the 2026 Garrettson Aviation Ultimate Badlands Traveler, race number 603, Jared Garrettson.
You already saw Jared take the gold in the wilderness class. Can he do it again in the unlimited class? He's got a history of it. This airplane powered by an Edge 918, so we're getting like really high horsepower Rotax engines now. A lot of cool things on this airplane, including the leading edge slats. He did what I would call magic with this airplane at Valdez up in Alaska. And I think that's why Nathan came down from Alaska to show us down in the lower 48 what's what.
And you saw him in the adventure class, but he's here again from Hayden, Idaho, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 14, Ronnie Sainer.
So, I mean, Ronnie's going to show you what he can do with this airplane now in the unlimited class. We already saw a 33-foot takeoff or whatever from this aircraft with Mike Babcock at the controls. So So again, to recap, here is your unlimited class lineup. Nathan Rehack in that 2022 PA-12. It's fully restored and modified from Wasilla, Alaska. Ronnie Sainer is going to be flying that 2025 Badlands Traveler over from Hayden, Idaho. Hal Stockman in something completely different, very light version of an aircraft, Badlands Vaquero model. He's from Elko, Nevada. And Jared Garrettson in the 2026 Garrettson Aviation Ultimate Badlands Traveler from Manhattan, Kansas. And the winds persist.
Yes.
It's Western.
I dig it. I dig it. Right now we've got 13 knots. So it's 15 miles an hour-ish in freedom units, gusting up to almost 20 miles an hour, and we've had max wind today, now 23 miles an hour. Here's Rehack. Loading it off. Little bit of wind drop to the left, but he got it managed. And see what I mean about loud? Like, that thing is loud. It'll bust your eardrums open. Here comes Ronnie Sainer. Revving that engine up.
It's just a fire-breathing dragon. And here we go.
I love when they pull back on the throttle and you hear that little like blow-off valve of the turbo. Here comes Hal Stockman. Found him in the middle of Pinedale last night riding his one wheel around.
Yeah.
I was like, "What's up, Hal? You coming from dinner?" He's like, "Nah, man, I'm just cruising." And look at that! Look how short that was! And I love that I don't know if it's the right thing. Like, I say it all the time, and I'm sorry if it's like a tired metaphor, but he's like the Lotus, right? Like it's like Ferrari versus Lotus or Ford versus Lotus. Like, he's the lightness guy. There's definitely power there, but two different solves for the same problem. Here comes Jared Garrettson now in this absolute beast. What just happened? What just happened? That's what you came to see, folks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Did he do the same in Alaska?
I think it was pretty similar. Yeah, I don't remember the exact number. We'll look it up. It was like, it wasn't as windy that day, was it though, Cam? I think we've got more wind right now.
He was telling me he wanted the wind before he came out here, so.
So, yeah, at Valdez, he had a 59-foot takeoff. I think we're shorter here because we've got more wind. Let's look at the scores.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was 36 feet. Now, Ronnie Sainer was at 31 feet.
Yeah, that's just insane.
Here's Nathan Rehack.
Yeah.
Woo! What is happening? This is where, and I famously said it in Washington State one, I feel compelled to say it again, is like, what is physics? Like, I don't even understand how any of this is working. And also, what a turn of events for you at Pinedale to go from like some of the most challenging STOL flying we've seen in terms of no wind to some pretty challenging wind here at Pinedale. Right now, a crosswind coming across from the right. Ronnie Sainer. Plop it, chop it, drop it, break it, stop it, twist it, bop it. That was something else. I was going to say I can't breathe, but that's just because we're so high in elevation. You're used to it, I imagine.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, I walked across the runway and I was like, I'm gassed. I can't. My blood's too thick, or thin. Some updates, by the way. Nathan Rehack's run, that was a 32-foot landing, but unfortunately it was a scratch, so not on the board for him yet. Ronnie Sainer currently on the board with 66 feet combined. Look at Hal Stockman. This is stupid. Look at how slow this airplane. Oh, he gave up about 25, 30 feet before he touched down. So accuracy play, but then stopped at about 25, 30 feet. So he's still a strong competitor, especially in these winds. And we're going to be waiting a while for Jerry Garrettson to come in.
Another big thank you to all the sponsors in the community for coming out today, and just really appreciate you all here.
Yeah, we can't have excitement like this without all of you.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So you were asking about Valdez.
Yes.
At Valdez, Jerry Garrettson in this aircraft, 27-foot landing.
Impressive.
So let's see if he can do less.
Let's
He had a
see
shorter
it.
takeoff. He might never come in.
He's just going to hang out back
He's
there.
going to be... I mean, this is wind, especially maybe at altitude right now. You could fly that plane backwards. I don't know what the winds aloft are, but that's a fun party trick you could do even in a Cessna, but you could definitely do it in this. Big burst of power. He's going to come down vertically to try to dissipate the energy. Locked brakes.
Wow.
I think 25 feet?
I don't know.
Oh, man. Was it a scratch, though? It's under review. So you want to try, if you've got the shocks for it, you put all of the energy into the ground. Oh,
no.
Are they going to call it a scratch? They're calling it a scratch.
Oh.
I'm going to flip the table. Come on. Come on. What is even happening? That was, if it hadn't been a scratch, so, you know, add a little bit to this number. That was a 23-foot landing that he just gave up.
No.
So 20,
what?
24, 25 feet, let's call it, with the scratch included. So I don't even know what to do with that. He's got 2 more runs to get on the board. So right now, Nathan Rehack and Jerry Garrettson not on the board at all. Ronnie Sainer with a jaw-dropping 66 feet. Hal Stockman with 121, which, by the way, Hal Stockman with 121 is one of the shortest combinations of the day. It's just in the context of the 66 feet. It feels really big.
Yeah, yeah.
But that is a very small number. Remember in the beginning of the day when we had the touring class planes putting down 700 feet combined? Granted, they're way bigger. Nathan Rehack. That was sub 75 for sure. Ronnie Sainer coming up. All the judges gonna step back.
Ronnie's got it squad ready to go. Okay, so if Nathan was 59 feet, then Ronnie is 26 feet on that takeoff. Hal Stockman.
Woo!
Just rotating. That's all he did. He just applied power and rotated.
Just power rotate. And then the other thing that I think I was worried about is it felt slightly calm in the booth for a second. And I was like, oh, he lost the wind. Jerry Garrettson holding my breath here.
Yeah.
Think about this. Here's the other thing. In Valdez, field elevation is 0. It's sea level.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're all just looking at each other like, what just happened? So that's the other thing. He's putting in numbers shorter than Valdez. Now, he does have, I think, a little bit more wind, but he's got, what is it, 7,096.2 feet more of field elevation. I don't even, man. I'm gonna have a stroke. Okay, so
Please don't.
Please don't.
Please don't.
Would that be a
That would be a
drag
little
in
bit
the
more
day?
Western than I was planning.
Okay. You're like, no one prepared me for that. All right, here comes Nathan Rehack. Oh, I think that was too short again. This dude, I mean, watching him fly at Oshkosh, Cam, was one of the, like, treats of the week for me, was watching Nathan fly. Like, it was, because it was new. I hadn't really watched, I'd seen him at Sodbusters.
Yeah.
And then he goes and flies in front of thousands and thousands of people at AirVenture, and he's just putting on a show. And so I'm so excited. I really want to see him get on the board. He's I think 0 for 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah, scratch.
Yeah, I'm sad I missed him at AirVenture.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd loved him. The crowd loved everybody. It was a great crowd, a lot of STOL fanatics, but having someone from Alaska kind of show up was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Here comes Ronnie Sainer. Feels like the wind's starting to be a little less. Oh.
Thumbs up from Lexi.
Thumbs up from Ronnie in there.
Yeah.
He was digging it. I don't know how they're getting that much power out of that thing. Oh, look over the line. What are they going to call it? That was close. After review, no line violation.
Okay.
So Ronnie is on the board, improving his score, jaw-dropping 59 feet. We are seeing an absolute barn burner here in Pinedale. Here's Hal Stockman working those canards and just like a little ballerina, just buttering it onto the ground super short. It's so graceful.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a scratch, too.
Oh.
These scratches, man. You're killing me.
Yeah, it hurts. Pinedale is stunned into silence.
Yeah.
Dude, Nathan's plane is loud, or is that, no, that's Ronnie's plane. It's just loud sitting there.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes Jared. Look at this.
Come on, Jared.
Ground speed of, I could walk that fast. Not up here, but down in Wisconsin, I could walk that fast. Whoa. Did he get it?
Did we get it?
I saw them, someone was using their hands to tell the score, and I missed it. Here we go. Into the slow-mo. We're going to be waiting a while. There it is. Good over the line for Jared Garrettson. That's 72 feet, though. He's got to shorten up those takeoffs. He's still behind Ronnie Sainer.
That's so
And I'm going to be honest, friends. We don't normally see that. Jared plays to win. Can he pull it out on the last run? Freaking out.
Another big thank you to all of our local sponsors. Thank you for helping me get this event put on today.
I hope they're happy with what's happening.
It's impressive, man. I'm happy, that's for sure.
Okay, set the stage. Third and final run of Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. Nathan Rehack pouring on the coals. That's one for the books. Expert flap extension, which might be the nerdiest thing I've ever said in my life. Or was it that whole thing about which World War II jet had the best tail wheel or something?
No, we had aid from outside on that one.
Yeah, we did. All right, Ronnie Sainer. Notice he got the more angle attack by decompressing the tail wheel. I don't even know if the wheels turned. That's giving Steve Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man.
Which I think the last time Steve Henry was here was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, that felt very Steve Henry. Shut the front door. 17 feet. 17 feet. $17 feet.
Has that ever been done?
Yeah, we had a 6. We had 6.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
It's still crazy.
But in Pinedale.
Yeah, 6 feet was in Arizona.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. I don't know what the shortest in Pinedale is. That might be the shortest in Pinedale. We were talking about Steve Henry. He was flying his aircraft a lot back then and putting down sub 20-foot numbers. Jared Garrettson, not even close to 17 feet. 17 feet. That's Hal Stockman had 40 feet. That's a stupid number. Nathan Rehak had 59 feet. That's also mind-boggling. 53 feet for Jared Garrettson. It is going to be... Jared needs to land in 6 feet to take the podium.
Yeah.
Never say never?
It's possible.
It's possible.
It's 100%
Yeah,
possible.
absolutely.
Anything's possible with Jared Garrettson. And he likes to win on the last run. I don't know if he likes it. He often wins on the last run. Let's call it that.
Third time's a charm.
Nathan Rehak.
Ooh, just dropped it in there.
Oh. Okay, here's the problem is after this, by the way, folks, you are running out of time. Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award, the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award, vote.nationalstol.com. You've got like 5 minutes to get your vote in before we call it. So if you want to influence the glory of one of the pilots today, go do that. Comes Ronnie Sainer, fresh off that 17-foot takeoff. Do not scratch this, buddy. Don't scratch it. Hold it off. Oh, I think it was a scratch. No! Oh! Oh, it's under review. It was called a scratch. By Lexi, the headline judge. He's going so slow. Frame by frame here. Oh, you can see the wheels compress. That makes me want to be sick. Al Stockman coming in.
Yes, Hal. See it on the replay. I know it was good.
Yeah, good for Hal Stockman. Okay, so 3 of the 4 are down and recovered. That leaves just Jared Garrettson looking for, dare I say, a miracle.
Pulling a 6, right?
Pulling a 6 feet. He's got to land shorter than the airplane is long, which is possible. We've seen it before in National STOL. Dan Reynolds landing in less than 10 feet.
Yeah.
A little bit of light rain falling here in Pinedale as Jared Garrettson floats the airplane. It's going to be longer than 6 feet, but that was something special.
Oh, man.
What was it? It is short.
It is super
short. The judges
short.
walked right up to those cones.
Well, nothing short of impressive, right?
It almost looked like it went backwards.
And I mean, that was textbook, right? Because you want to get the tail wheel down. Was the tail wheel on the line? I think he landed as long as the airplane was. Yes, the tail wheel was literally touching the line, so he landed in 22 feet. which was the shortest landing of the day. So we said 6 feet. He was like, I can do exactly how long my airplane is. That is insane, dude.
That's so wild.
Dudes,
Amazing.
friends, I don't even know what to do. Okay, you got to get your vote in. If you didn't, vote.nationalstol.com for the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award. We are going to issue that award as well as pull the raffle ticket for the one wheel. If you entered that one wheel raffle, we're going to pull those in just a second. So hang tight, folks. We will be right back with you to award the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award here at Pinedale, Wyoming for Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. We will be right back. Charles, we're doing that right here.
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738, and our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
All right, folks, we are under some rain right now. We're in a little tent here. And again, Ryan Dabrowski, Cam Walton, joined by Shelby Gaston, Mrs. Wyoming. Very pleasure to have you here. And we're excited to do a couple things to wrap up the show today. First, I think we're going to do a one-wheel raffle, yeah? So we've got a raffle ticket. Do you want to do the honors and pull? Or do you want it? You're going to do it? All right. All right. You want me to hold I'll hold it for you. You can reach your arm in there. Here, we got to shake it up. That's for a one wheel. It's a big deal. Yeah, no favoritism there. Here we go. All right, who won it? Derek. Is it Derek?
Derek
Holman. Derek Holman. DJ Holman got a one wheel. Nice job, Derek. Thank you very much. What was your name, bud? Declan. Wait, what? The Curious Dude? Declan. That's right. I remember that. Okay, very cool. And now we've got Shelby here to present the People's Choice Award, the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award.
All right, drum roll, please. We have Phil Shearer.
Phil Shearer, who happens to just be right there. Nice.
Congratulations.
Phil, I think that's for you. Yeah. So Phil, nice job. What was the secret sauce to being the People's Choice Award this time?
I think I do better when my family stays home and then they watch it and tell all their friends. So I think that's the secret.
That's the secret. Absolutely. Folks, what an absolute... Oh.
But I do wish they were here.
I wish they were here, too, for you guys. Folks, it has been one heck of a day here in Pinedale, Wyoming, here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2026. We are going to wrap things up here. We have a lot of thanks to give. I want to thank my wife. It's my anniversary today, and I'm here in Wyoming, and she's home in Milwaukee, so thank you very much, Kristen, for that. I love you. Also, though, we've got all the volunteers that help put this show on, all those sponsors, local sponsors, national sponsors. We've got to thank our friend Karen Flannery, who's going to be retiring after this from National STOL. Big round of applause for her. We've got all the broadcast team, Charles on the cameras. There's Chris and Ryan and Alex and so many people on the cameras that help make this. Everyone in the booth. Tom Wolf as well in the booth. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. My name is Ryan Dabrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
For Shelby, who joined us here, what a wonderful day. Go stay dry. We will see you in Oregon in just a couple weeks.